Chapter 2563. Unknowingly, the five people's eyes lit up at the same time. They looked at each other and bowed. We pay respect to Sect Master. Sect Master? Xiaohua was stunned. His surprise was not inferior to the five people's. He hurriedly helped them up. When did I say that I want to establish a sect? The Xiao means. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua also stopped. Yes, his original intention was to find an inheritance for Master Bright Sword and Li Xiubai's flying sword technique. Zhong Haoren's character was upright, and he had experienced the world's tempering. Xiaohua's test was also easily passed. He was the best candidate to accept this inheritance. When Xiaohua saw Zhong Haoren at Zhongling Villa that day, he already had this little plan in his heart. Now that Zhong Haoren was expelled from Zhongling Villa, it was also helping Zhong Haoren. He just happened to push the boat with the current and settle his own karma. However, after listening to Zhong Haoren and the others' reminder, Xiaohua had another thought. That's right. Since the five of them have sword arts and flying swords, and Zhong Haoren's cultivation is at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, and I, on the other hand, am comparable to the late stage of the Jindan realm. This kind of strength is more than enough to establish a small sect. Not to mention that there were so many spiritual herbs, pill recipes and other things in his space. It was more than enough to support a medium-sized sect. Zhang Qingxiao, that guy, could become the sect master of Heavenly Demon Sect. Why couldn't Xiaohua become the sect master? Back then, Shang Huaming's sect master was only a foundation establishment cultivator. Although Hundred Grass sect had many disciples, the sect master was also at the middle stage of foundation establishment. Thinking about the convenience of Zhang Qingxiao having Heavenly Demon Sect, Xiaohua was somewhat coveting. Not to mention other things, just those dry distance pills and high thunder pills, relying on Xiaohua alone, it would take a long time to gather them. And the other side only needed a sect master's command and someone would obediently deliver it to his hands. It was really more efficient than anything else. Grandma, make a sect to play with? Xiaohua was somewhat moved. But immediately Xiaohua shook his head again. Forget it. Not to mention this young master's enemies, making a sect would increase the number of targets. Adding a few more dead people would be irresponsible to the sect's disciples. Besides, this young master's cultivation is good. Making a sect? There are many matters in the sect, annoying to death. Just look at the group of old gold core cultivators in the assembly hall. Scheming against each other is really boring. The more people there are in the sect, the more it will be the same. Seeing Xiaohua deep in thought, Zhong Haoren and the others were delighted, but their hearts were also nervous. When Xiaohua frowned, Zhong Haoren and the others' hearts sank. Sure enough, Xiaohua opened his mouth. Let's not talk about this matter. These cultivation techniques and flying swords, I'll give them to you. Just focus on your own cultivation. Thank you for your reward, spiritual master. Zhong Haoren put away the cultivation technique and flying sword. He looked very happy, but he was also a little disappointed. Zhong Haoren probed, Perfected One, my cultivation is shallow. If these things are left with me, if they are snatched away, it's fine. Xiaohua said with a smile, this Xiao has already kept a copy of the cultivation technique and sword art. As for those flying swords, they are all mere worldly possessions. If you want to snatch them, then so be it. Actually, if we have more people, we don't have to be afraid of others. Zhong Haoren took the opportunity to say, that's up to you. Xiaohua said with a smile. Feel free to accept disciples, this Xiao won't stop you. Actually, didn't this Xiao say it just now? You can look for babies who can eat good seeds and carefully select them. Their aptitude may not be worse than the direct disciples of the cultivation sects. Perfected One. Zhong Haoren said with a bitter smile, what you said, isn't it just to establish a sect? How about we first establish a cultivation family? Why must we establish a family or sect? Xiaohua looked at Zhong Haoren and asked. I won't hide it from Perfected One. We are now rogue cultivators. We don't have anyone to rely on in the Xiaoyu continent. We don't have any confidence in our hearts. Although we consider Perfected One as our thoughts, you aren't by our side. If there is a family or sect, after all, there are many people. We can also protect ourselves. Zhong Haoren didn't dare to conceal anything and said in a low voice. Moreover, Perfected One Zhao's prestige among the common people of Meng country is very high. You are a Perfected One who is worshipped. If it is like what Perfected One Shao said just now, the heaven and earth spiritual qi will change greatly. If the descendants of these common people can adapt to the heaven and earth spiritual qi, they will become the mainstay of the Xiaoyu continent in the future. If Perfected One doesn't take advantage of this opportunity to rise and use Perfected One's prestige in their hearts, wouldn't it be a pity? This is an opportunity that is hard to come by. Could it be that Perfected One wants to be used by others? Oh. Xiaohua's heart shook. That's right. Xiaohua was born in a peasant family. Now that he had lost all his memories, he still didn't have any great ambitions. When mentioning cultivation sects, his first impression was that they were troublesome. He was too lazy to get involved. When he heard Zhong Haoren's words, it was as if he was suddenly enlightened. The heaven and earth spiritual qi changed greatly. Every sect was adapting to it in order to protect themselves and strengthen themselves. It wasn't just the dispute between the three countries. For example, the country of Shishonghua sect and other sects began to snatch the spirit stone veins. Even this great war between Dao cultivators seemed to be because sword cultivators wanted to break into the Dao sect's territory to snatch the spirit stones. Weren't they all trying to take advantage of the heaven and earth spiritual qi? It wasn't just the spirit stones. In other aspects, cultivation sects were also changing. For example, the cultivation techniques of each sect and the method of selecting disciples had changed. They were exploring and finding a feasible way to adapt to the heaven and earth spiritual qi. And Xiaohua himself? He really was the key to changing the Dawn Rain continent. Not to mention how mystical Xiaohua's space was, not to mention the spirit herbs in his space. Just the improved seeds from his space were the most important changes that Xiaohua had inadvertently made for the Dawn Rain continent. Cultivators were also humans. They were also people from the secular world at the very beginning. It was only because of their outstanding aptitude that they had the possibility to cultivate. Those disciples of cultivation sects and cultivation aristocratic families had more opportunities to cultivate and enter the ranks of cultivators only because of their bloodline. Therefore, the foundation of the Dawn Rain continent's cultivation world was still the people of the secular world. Those billions, tens of billions of people of the secular world were the foundation that supported this world. And what Xiaohua did was precisely to change this foundation. Although it was just the beginning and the number of people involved was still very small, didn't Zhong Haoren already say it? There were already many merchants who started to come to Yun City to ask for spirit seeds. In time, this improved seed would certainly cover the entire Dawn Rain continent. All the people of the secular world would have to change to eating Xiaohua's immortal seeds. This was such a great merit. This kind of merit, not to mention the gold core cultivators in the Sky Patrol City's conference hall, even the nascent soul sect masters of the three cultivation countries couldn't imagine it. Of course, when the cultivators who ate the immortal seeds grew up, the change in heaven and earth spirit qi would have already become the mainstream of the Dawn Rain continent. Those cultivators would naturally turn into countless streams and fall into different sects. Since that was the case, why couldn't Xiaohua at the beginning of all changes, at the beginning of all the cultivation sects' attention, at the beginning of the flow of spirit qi, establish a sect? If he established a sect here at this time, it would certainly be like the great river of flowing ice valley. From small to large, it would be magnificent and even boundless in the end. In short, it could be said that this was an era where ambitious and ruthless people rose one after another, where heroes vied for supremacy, and where the winds and clouds met. Who knew how many famous people would fall here and who knew how many nameless people would shake the world? And for Xiaohua, he saw this opportunity and seized it. It's a success. But, isn't it too troublesome? After all, Xiaohua was a cultivator who comprehended the hand of karma. Once he thought about it, he immediately understood 1,000 miles and saw a lot of the future. But then he muttered again. If Zhang Qingxiao was here and understood so much, she would have already taken the bright scenic bell and knocked his head, right? Troublesome. Xiaohua's whisper fell into Zhong Haoren's ears, and Zhong Haoren was immediately enlightened. His enlightenment came a little late. He, a disciple from an aristocratic family, never thought that there would be a god in the eyes of the secular world who was too lazy to establish a sect because he was afraid of trouble. That's right. Taoist master only concentrates on cultivation. Why would he care about the trivial matters of the secular world? Zhong Haoren thought again. Then Zhong Haoren waved his hand and the 5 people bowed again. Damn it, what are you doing? Quickly get up. Xiao Hua said anxiously. We asked Taoist Master Xiao to establish a sect. If Taoist Master doesn't allow it, we won't get up again. Zhong Haoran said loudly. Good, good, good. Get up and talk. Although Xiao Hua was forced by the 5 people, he wasn't angry. He waved his hand and said, establishing a sect isn't a small matter. I admit that I don't have the ability. We will discuss it in detail. Yes, Taoist Master. Zhong Haoran was overjoyed. He looked at Zhong Zhan and the others and said, if you have anything to say, you can say it to Taoist Master. Do you see, if we force others, they will definitely be angry. Taoist Master is different from us. He definitely won't blame us. Yes, yes. Zhong Zhan and the others were different from Zhong Haoran. They didn't dare to say much to Xiao Hua and could only smile apologetically. It's not convenient here. Let's find a safe place. Xiao Hua looked around and brought the 5 people to a low place. After the 5 people respectfully asked Xiao Hua to sit, they sat in front of Xiao Hua very respectfully. Haoran, I am now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. You also know this. I don't know whether I can establish a sect or not. However, I'm afraid it won't be possible. Once the news of this sect is known by the Imperial Thunder sect, they will definitely send experts to exterminate it. And I can't even protect myself. Moreover, I have many enemies. These enemies are even more powerful than the Imperial Thunder sect. If I establish a sect, wouldn't I be pulling all of you into the same boat? Also, establishing a sect is not a joke. It requires a lot of manpower, especially manpower who can deal with the sect's affairs. I know what kind of person I am. The sect master. I really don't want to be. Chapter 2564. Seeing that Xiao Hua still wanted to continue, Zhong Haoran hurriedly smiled obsequiously and said, establishing a sect is naturally a major event. It wasn't just what the Taoist master had said. Even the cultivation of spirit herbs, the refinement of medicinal pills, the daily lives of the disciples and so on. All the details had to be taken into consideration. To be honest, I don't even know where to start. This humble one only came up with this idea on the spur of the moment when I saw the real person. Furthermore, I feel that this path is absolutely feasible. And continue speaking. Xiao Hua knew that Zhong Haoran came from an aristocratic family and was very knowledgeable about these matters, so he nodded. Right now, there are only 5 of us. Including you, there are only 6 of us. It's laughable to talk about establishing a sect. However, don't forget that you're not alone. Behind you are all the people in Yun City, Ji City, and Fan City who have received your kindness. The descendants of these people were also the people of the sage. They are our greatest support. Good boy. This guy is really amazing. Xiao Hua didn't expect Zhong Haoran to have such foresight and unconsciously nodded his head in praise. Seeing Xiao Hua nod, Zhong Haoran is also happy. He bows and says, actually, from what I see, Taoist doesn't need to show up at all. Taoist only needs to make a call, and I don't know how many capable people will join our sect. These disciples will all work for Taoist. There's no need for Taoist to go through any trouble. Even in the early days of establishing a sect, there was no need for a Taoist master to do anything. This lowly one knows that Reverend is now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, and will be fighting in this place. This lowly one only needs Reverend's permission, and this lowly one, and Zhong Zhan and the others will return to Meng country, find a place with spiritual mountains and clear waters and prepare everything. Reverend need not worry about anything. I feel that as long as we use the name of spiritual master, everything won't be too complicated. Really? Is that true? When Xiao Hua heard this, he was overjoyed. Of course. Zhong Haoran smiled and said, in Zhongling Villa, Zhong Tianyao is the patriarch. Other than some important decisions, Zhong Tianyao doesn't need to do anything else. Zhong Peiyuan, Zhong Peifu and the others were in charge of everything. Spiritual master's reputation is so great. It's really not a big deal to find some capable people and disciples with outstanding aptitude. And when we encounter danger, Zhong Tianyao also has to step forward, right? That's true. If Reverend is in charge of a sect and others want to attack, Reverend will naturally lead his disciples to defend against the enemy. Zhong Haoran nodded. I understand. This Xiao likes to beat people up the most. Xiao Hua replied with a grin. That's right. Zhong Haoran nodded. Moreover, in this lowly one's opinion, our sect simply doesn't need to be like this. Spiritual Master's name is not prominent now, but it will definitely shake the world in the future. He will be the god worshipped by all the secular people of the Dawn Rain continent. Who would dare to touch our sect? Hee, you're too naive. Xiaohua sneered. If we establish our own sect without strong support, it will only be a piece of fat meat. As for the rest of the world, it's a fat piece of meat that any cultivator would drool over. That's right. Therefore, I hope that you can be merciful and make plans to establish a sect as soon as possible to protect all the common people in the world. Zhong Haoren went along with the flow and said, let the Xiao think about it. After Xiaohua finished speaking, he closed his eyes and pondered. Zhong Haoren and the others didn't dare to say anything and sat quietly at the side. Xiaohua pondered for more than half a day. After thinking about it, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. It seemed that establishing a sect and leaving Li Xiubai and Spiritual Master Brightsword's orthodoxy to Zhong Haoren were essentially no different. It's just that the number of people involved would be greater and he would bear the title of Sect Master. If this Xiao doesn't take the position of Sect Master Haoren, what will you do? Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes and asked. Zhong Haoren waited for half a day and unexpectedly heard Xiaohua ask this question. He almost cried and said with a smile, Spiritual Master, the core of our sect is Spiritual Master. Without Spiritual Master, how can there be a sect? But this Xiao's enemy is really powerful. Xiaohua hesitated. Actually, Fei Yunshu said timidly, Spiritual Master doesn't need to show up. Martial Uncle Zhong is the Sect Master and Spiritual Master is the Sect Master. It's also very good. As long as Spiritual Master knows that this sect belongs to Spiritual Master can support this sect at a critical time. This little one doesn't dare to be the Sect Master. Zhong Haoren turned pale with fright and hurriedly waved his hand. If that's the case, we can give it a try. Xiaohua nodded. Moreover, what Sect Master, it's all up to us. Haoren, for your future and also for this Xiao's escape route, this matter of establishing a sect will be handed over to you. Zhong Zhan, Qingji, Zhong Pei and Fei Yunshu, you are now the disciples of my sect. In the future, when the sect develops, you will also be meritorious subjects. Thank you, Spiritual Master, thank you. Zhong Zhan and the others originally wanted to call him Sect Master, but thinking of what Xiaohua said just now, they didn't know how to address him. Xiaohua didn't explain. He scratched his chin as if thinking about something. Spiritual Master, Qingji asked carefully, what is the name of our sect? Oh? What do you think? Xiaohua asked with interest. At this time he didn't have any burden. He couldn't do anything about it. He was only the Sect Master in name. It was like a child playing a game. Heaven and Earth Unified Sect? Flying Sword Sect? Bronze Tomb Sect? Spiritual Master Sect? Zhong Haoren and the others were full of interest. One name after another, they really racked their brains, making Xiaohua feel warm in his heart. This seemed to be another Shang Huaming. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't nod his head, everyone was a little nervous. Fei Yunshu stole a glance at them and said softly, this little one's grandmother was old and weak, but after eating the Spiritual Master's immortal seed, she lived for several more years. When she was on the verge of death, she seemed to have regained her youth. Before grandmother passed away, she said that meeting the Spiritual Master was her good fortune, and it was also the good fortune of millions of disaster victims. The Spiritual Master was also a fortune saint. This little one thinks that this sect's name shouldn't be called Fortune Gate. Great. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. When he heard the names mentioned by Zhong Haoren and the others, he felt that he should have a more suitable name, or perhaps he knew of a sect's name, but he couldn't think of a name for it. When Xiaohua heard the name Fortune Gate, he became vigilant. Perhaps he had a sect's name, but that was already in the past. Fei Yunshu's Fortune Gate hit the nail on the head and pointed out the good fortune of cultivation methods. Many thanks, Spiritual Master. When Fei Yunshu heard that his name was chosen by Xiaohua, his face flushed red. It was really glowing, more energetic than if he had eaten a heaven-mending pill. That's right, Fortune Gate, this is the name. Zhong Haoren's eyes lit up when he heard this and he shouted happily, the world's fortune is in our sect. Those who enter our sect will obtain the fortune of heaven and earth. This is in line with the Spiritual Master's principles. When the Fortune Gate's name was decided, Zhong Haoren rubbed his hands excitedly. Fei Yunshu and the others were also happy, but then Zhong Haoren frowned and looked at Xiaohua with difficulty. Spiritual master, although you don't want to be the sect master, this little one's talent is limited, and I may not be able to be the sect master. Most importantly, Zhong Zhan, Fei Yunshu and the others' status is not easy to decide. Wouldn't it be fine if you were the master of the four of them? Xiaohua replied with a smile. Zhong Haoren smiled wryly. Spiritual master can give us pointers in cultivation, but you want this little one to give them pointers? I'm afraid I don't have the ability. When Fei Yunshu and the others heard this, their hearts beat violently and they looked at Xiaohua anxiously. Obviously, Zhong Haoren wanted them to be apprenticed to him. Haoren, you will temporarily take the position of sect master, and all the sect's affairs will be handed over to you. Xiaohua said without hesitation. Other than that, your cultivation. This Xiao has the obligation to give pointers, but now is not the right time. These cultivation techniques will have to be comprehended by yourselves. If Haoren is unwilling to be your master, then all of you can be considered to have entered my fortune gate on the same day, and become senior and junior brothers. Yes, this disciple understands. Fei Yunshu and the others hesitated, but Zhong Haoren agreed with a smile. Zhong Zhan and the others stood up and saluted Zhong Haoren, greeting the Fortune Gate's eldest senior brother, officially establishing their seniority. Also, this Xiao has something to discuss with everyone. Xiaohua was happy to see them following the rules, but he suddenly thought of something and asked with a smile. Spiritual master, please speak. Zhong Haoren said curiously. On the Dawn Rain mainland, one's cultivation realm is the basis of seniority. As long as one's cultivation is one realm higher, they have to address you as senior. This is even more obvious in some cultivation sections. Regardless of your seniority, as long as your cultivation is fast, other disciples will have to call you martial uncle when they see you. There is no difference in seniority. This Xiao feels a little inappropriate. Xiaohua explained carefully. This Xiao feels that in my fortune gate, regardless of cultivation realm, everyone should be addressed according to seniority. What do you all think? This. Zhong Haoren was slightly dazed. This seemed to be the cultivation world's rule, and it had always been like this. He had never thought much about it. It's like this, spiritual master. Zhong Haoren pondered for a moment, then said, there are only a few of us now, so it's easy to talk about seniority, but what if it's thousands of years later? There are tens of thousands of disciples in the sect, hundreds of thousands or even millions. If two disciples don't know each other when they meet, how do they address each other? It should be the most convenient to talk about cultivation realm, right? Moreover, the lifespan of cultivators like us is gradually increasing, and as the number of disciples increases, it's inevitable that there will be some differences in age and seniority. How can a young qi refining disciple be a foundation establishment old man's martial uncle? Moreover, even if there is a clear seniority in my fortune gate, there are so many cultivation sects on the Dawn Rain mainland. The seniority is very complicated. How can it be clearly distinguished? Xiaohua was a little flabbergasted. He had just casually mentioned it and had some thoughts of his own, but he didn't expect it to be so troublesome. AI, it's reasonable to exist. Perhaps. This Xiao's thinking is too simple. Chapter 2565. Taoist Master's thoughts are reasonable. Zhong Haoren smiled. If Taoist Master has such thoughts, why don't we wait until our fortune gate has someone capable in this field and let them consider it carefully? Yes, that's right. Xiaohua smiled. This Xiao will still give you some pointers in your cultivation. Xiaohua and the others stayed for several days. Not only did Xiaohua check their cultivation, he also made them consume the heavenly mending pills and gave them some pointers on flying swords cultivation. Only then did he send them to the Sky Patrol City from the Sword Tomb. When they saw Xiaohua take out the 7 possibilities sect's flowing cloud flying ship, Zhong Haoren prostrated himself in admiration, while Fei Yunshu and the others felt that it was only natural. The journey to the Sky Patrol City was naturally not peaceful. They encountered several groups of sword cultivators, most of whom were around grade 6, and there were even 2 groups of illusory swordsmen. However, what made Zhong Haoren and the others flabbergasted was that all the swordsmen without exception were envious when they saw the flowing cloud flying ship. No matter how many people there were, they all surrounded the flowing cloud flying ship. But all the swordsmen without exception fled like rats. The reason they fled was because of a single sentence from Xiaohua, and a single magic art. This magic art was naturally Xiaohua's lightning attracting technique. Xiaohua waved his hand and dark clouds appeared in the sky. Crackling lightning flashed in the air. All the swordsmen fell into deep thought when they saw the lightning, and that sentence was, "A terrifying phoenix is here. If you don't want to die, quickly get out of the way." Hearing this and thinking of Qin Jian's fate, even if Xiaohua had a huge bounty on his head, these swordsmen were enlightened. None of them dared to stay on the spot. Taoist master. Zhong Haoran saw this several times and he and his companions were simply stunned. This was really inconceivable. Those swordsmen were comparable to mid-golden core swordsmen and they were scared away by Xiaohua's words? This Xiao convinces people with virtue. Xiaohua was immensely proud. With this unforgettable scene, Zhong Haoran and the others were even more confident about their future and the Fortune Gate's future. More than 10 days later, Xiaohua arrived at the outskirts of Sky Patrol City. He did not go within 100 miles of the city. Instead, he stopped the flowing cloud-flying ship in midair and said with a smile, "Haoran, I will send you here. There will definitely be guards from Sky Patrol City within 100 miles. You will not be harassed by sword cultivators. Nothing will happen." Many thanks, Taoist. Zhong Haoran didn't want to part with Xiaohua and was reluctant to part with him. When will Taoist Master come to Meng Kingdom? How do we inform Taoist Master that we have chosen the spiritual mountains and rivers? Fei Yunshu and the others had seen Taoist Master Xiao in the past few days. So they had become a little bolder. They asked in a low voice. "Go ahead and do what you need to do. There's no need to inform this Xiao of anything." Xiaohua smiled. "Once the battle is over, this Xiao will go to Passage City to take a look. With this Xiao's ability, do you think I won't be able to find you?" "Yes, disciple and the others understand." Fei Yunshu said respectfully, "We will worship Taoist every day. Taoist will naturally know." Xiaohua chuckled, then took out 5 storage pouches and handed them to Zhong Haoran and the others. "These are used by my Fortune Gate. Take one each and give it to Haoran after you get to Meng Empire. Alright, if others try to snatch it, let them take it. You don't need to pester them. Remember, this is an external object and you are the cornerstone of my Fortune Gate." "Yes, disciple understands." Zhong Haoran nodded. However, when they received the storage pouches and looked at the things inside, they couldn't help but feel stupefied. Following Taoist Master Xiao, Zhong Haoran and his companions couldn't help but feel shocked. Their faces were probably stiff from shock, right? These are all my Fortune Gates?" Zhong Haoran bit his lips. The sharp pain on his lips proved that he wasn't dreaming. There was no need to talk about the good seeds inside the storage pouches, the medicinal pills and the spiritual herbs. Zhong Haoran didn't want to talk about them. That mountain of spirit stones, how could he not be shocked? Moreover, Xiaohua had clearly said that the 5 people's storage pouches were ordinary. What he saw was only 20%. Only 20%. This Xiao is far away in Huan country, so I can't help. You all have to work the hardest." Xiaohua nodded and said, "Moreover, my Fortune Gate has just been established, so these things are indispensable. Don't look at the many things inside the storage pouches. If the Fortune Gate is really in its embryonic form, these things may not be enough." Yes, disciple understands." Zhong Haoran and the others' hands were trembling as they carefully put away the storage pouches. "Of course, these things belong to my Fortune Gate. This Xiao does not wish for the disciples I value to have other selfish motives. Otherwise, this Xiao's terrifying phoenix name is not in vain." Xiaohua's tone changed as he said coldly, "Disciple does not dare." Zhong Haoran and the others hurriedly knelt on the ground. "We swear a blood oath in the name of Tao Master Xiao that if we covet the things inside the storage pouches, our souls will be devoured by the spiritual fire, living a life worse than death." As soon as these words came out, Xiaohua felt a strange feeling coming from his Buddha fire. Several drops of indistinct purplish-red beads appeared on the edge of the golden thread. Oh! Xiaohua could only sense it but not feel it. Knowing that the oath was made, he smiled and helped the 5 people up. As long as everyone does their best, when the Fortune Gate prospers, it will also be the time when your name shakes the world. To be honest, the things inside the storage pouches How can they compare to your glory in the future? We still need Tao Master Zhao's guidance. Fei Yunshu and the others shed tears of gratitude. There's also this. Xiao Hua comforted everyone, then took out a jade pendant and handed it to Zhong Haoren, saying, if Zhong Tianyao comes looking for trouble, just show this to him. Also, if ordinary gold core cultivators come to stir up trouble, take this out as well. After this battle, this Xiao should have some fame, so this item should be of some use. Yes, Zhong Haoren received the jade pendant and looked at Xiao Hua. Seeing Xiao Hua nod slightly, Zhong Haoren immersed his divine sense into the jade pendant and saw a faint image of Xiao Hua standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Zhong Haoren could vaguely see Xiao Hua's face clearly, and then Xiao Hua's unhurried voice sounded, I am Xiao Hua and this is this Xiao's token. Seeing this token is like seeing this Xiao in person. If any fellow Taoist doesn't give this Xiao face and exterminates this Xiao's descendants, this Xiao will definitely kill his way to your door and exterminate your entire family. Although Xiao Hua's voice was very faint, there seemed to be some kind of magic in his voice. Zhong Haoren trembled in fear and almost threw the jade pendant away. Fortunately, Xiao Hua's hand landed on Zhong Haoren's shoulder, and Zhong Haoren's divine sense immediately came out from the jade pendant. Many thanks for Tao Master Zhao's generous gift. Zhong Haoren was overjoyed. With this item he felt more confident. There are also these. Xiao Hua touched his storage pouch again and took out a large pile of fire talismans. He said, this is what I got from a sword cultivator. It's extremely precious. Take it to protect yourself. If there's no other choice, don't take it out. Jade talismans? Zhong Haoren's mouth almost fell open. It's good that you know. Xiao Hua nodded. If this item were to leak out, my fortune gate would never have a day of peace. That's why I'm only using it as a last resort for self-defense. Yes, this disciple understands. How could Zhong Haoren not know the severity of the matter? He hurriedly put away the fire talismans. Alright, this Xiao has nothing else on him. Everything is in your hands. Xiao Hua clapped his hands with a relaxed expression. This disciple once again thanks Tao Master Xiao for his great kindness. Zhong Haoren couldn't help but kneel again. Fei Yunshu and the others also followed suit. Good. Xiao Hua did not stop them this time. After they finished kneeling, he helped them up and said, this Xiao has done what he should do. The rest is up to you. This Xiao remembers that there was a rogue cultivator organization called Heaven Forsaken. It was formed by rogue cultivators at the early foundation establishment and qi refining stage. This Xiao wants to see if he can build my fortune gate into a bigger sect than Heaven Forsaken. Tao Master Xiao, rest assured. Zhong Haoren and the others were full of confidence. How can Heaven Forsaken compare to my fortune gate? My fortune gate will definitely become the #1 sect on the Dawn Rain mainland. The Xiao can rest assured with these words. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, this Xiao looks forward to it. Yes, this disciple and the others will definitely do our best to strengthen our fortune gate. We will definitely not disappoint Tao Master Xiao. Zhong Haoren and the others loudly agreed and flew out of the flowing cloud flying ship. When Zhong Haoren and the others slowly flew away, the corners of Xiao Hua's mouth curved into a faint smile. How could it be so easy to establish a sect? Especially with Zhong Haoren, who was only at the early foundation establishment stage, and Zhong Zhan, Zhong Pei Qingji and Fei Yunshu, who were only in the 10th layer of the qi refining stage. To them it was not a problem to establish a small-scale sect. It was not realistic to develop it further. Rather than saying that Xiao Hua was willing to take out something to establish the fortune gate, it was better to say that Xiao Hua gave them a spiritual promise, giving them a goal to strive for. Even if they fail, what can they do? Xiao Hua put away the flowing cloud flying ship and turned around with a smile. At least they worked hard, at least they have the opportunity to cultivate. It's better than this young master's pitiful self in the past, right? Of course, who knew what would happen in the future? Even Xiao Hua, who had comprehended the hand of karma, couldn't see through it. Perhaps this fortune gate would be similar to the 100 Talismans sect, claiming to be big behind closed doors. Perhaps it would be like what Zhong Haoren had said, becoming the #1 sect on the Dawn Rain continent. Or perhaps it could just barely develop into a cultivation sect similar to the 100 Herbs sect. In short, everything was possible under the heavenly Tao. Which sect's disciple are you, and why are you loitering here? While Xiao Hua was contemplating, a voice sounded in front of him. When Xiao Hua raised his head, he saw a group of Sky Patrol City's city guards flying over. Seeing that the city guards had discovered him, Xiao Hua simply stopped in midair. He waited for a mid-Foundation Establishment city guard to lead a group of early Foundation Establishment disciples to stop about 10 zhang away from him, then cupped his fists and said, "This one is lightning controlling Sect's Xiao Hua. I have received a special order from the main hall to deal with an important matter." Chapter 2566. The Conference Hall's Special Permit? The tall city guard did not let down his guard because of Xiao Hua's words. Instead he frowned and said, "Please take out the special permit, fellow cultivator Xiao." Captain. While the captain was talking to Xiao Hua, 2 or 3 city guards beside him were shocked. The city guard closest to the captain hurriedly whispered to him through telepathy. When Xiao Hua took out his token, the city guard had also finished his telepathy. The captain, who was in the intermediate Foundation Establishment stage, was surprised. He even looked at Xiao Hua a few times before he cupped his hands and said, "So it's Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder Sect who killed Qin Jian. Chu, sorry for the disrespect. However, fellow cultivator Xiao, please take out your token for me to check and let Chu confirm your identity. It's my duty, please forgive me." They issued the reward so quickly? Xiao Hua was surprised when he heard that. In his mind, he had made great contributions in the past and was repeatedly questioned by the conference hall. They even sent people to check. Killing Qin Jian was such a great contribution. Wouldn't the conference hall take a long time to verify it? How could they issue the reward so quickly? Fellow cultivator Chu, please check it. Xiao Hua took out his token and handed it to the city guard. Xiao Hua's command medallion was naturally normal. The seal of the Assembly Hall's Special Permission Medallion was also inside. The city guard surnamed Chu looked at it and very respectfully returned it to Xiao Hua. His previous stern expression changed. However, within this respect, there seemed to be a hint of pretense. Immediately, city guard Chu smiled and said, "Fellow cultivator Xiao, are you going back to Sky Patrol City? Or did you just come out of Sky Patrol City?" Xiao Hua's eyes swiveled and he replied, "Neither. I was ordered by senior brother Li Zongbao to deliver the news. I was just passing by Sky Patrol City and was thinking about whether to return to Sky Patrol City to meet senior brother Li. Fellow cultivator Chu is here." Fellow cultivator Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction. City guard Chu's eyes lit up and he said with joy, "Chu was on duty in the south of Sky Patrol City some time ago and did not return to Sky Patrol City. I just heard from my disciple that the notorious sword cultivator Qin Jian was killed by fellow cultivator Xiao and fellow cultivator Li. This was truly satisfying. In particular, Qin Jian sneaked into my Sky Patrol City and assassinated Senior Tuesday. You have avenged my Sky Patrol City. Fellow Taoist Xiao, can you tell me what happened that day?" You flatter me, you flatter me. It's all thanks to fellow Taoist Li Zongbao's profound magic power. Fellow Taoist Xiao Maoxiao of Xuanyan School is also formidable. This humble one only played a supporting role from the side. I really don't dare to claim credit for myself. Xiao Hua hastily and humbly declined. Nonsense, even if Xiao Hua's little tail was raised high, he still didn't dare to casually say it out loud. Who knew how Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao reported it in the conference hall? Fellow cultivator Xiao is too humble. We really want to know how that evil Qin Jian was killed. The city guard surnamed Chu and the other city guards were envious. Evidently, they truly believed that Xiao Hua, a cultivator whose cultivation was similar to theirs, was able to obtain such a great military achievement because of luck. I really don't dare to claim credit for myself. Xiao Hua's face was slightly red as if he was really ashamed. The more Xiao Hua acted like this, the more the city guard surnamed Chu pestered him. It was as if they really saw that if they had followed Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao to Flowing Ice Valley, Qin Jian would have been killed by them. Xiao Hua sneered in his heart, but his face was really red. This guy's blushing technique was absolutely perfect, even more skillful than the heaven and earth in the sleeve technique. Fellow Taoist crooked soul, farewell. Xiao Hua flew up and activated the command medallion with a flip of his hand. He said, "I'll call senior marshal brother Li Zongbao over and let him tell you about it. I still have a mission to complete." All right. The city guard surnamed Chu was also proud of himself. He was happier than killing Qin Jian, as if he had caught Xiao Hua's hypocrisy behind the military achievement. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's token didn't shine at all. Obviously, either the Sky Patrol City had blocked the transmission of the token, or Li Zongbao wasn't in the Sky Patrol City. Fellow Daoist Xiao. A city guard next to him smiled and said, as early as a few days ago, the Golden Core stage masters in the meeting hall had led the disciples of various sects to the battlefield. I'm afraid fellow Daoist Li Zongbao has also left the Sky Patrol City with the disciples of the Utopia faction? Xiao Hua's face was slightly shocked. They've gone. Why didn't they inform me? I'm afraid fellow Daoist Li has other plans? The city guard surnamed Chu said with a smile. Xiao Hua sneered and thought to himself, knowing that the disciples of various sects have already left the Sky Patrol City, they're still here making a fuss and not telling me the news. They're obviously making fun of me. Damn it, it seems that the Sky Patrol City doesn't care about the reward in the meeting hall. Of course, I'm not even at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage, so it's inevitable that they'll look down on me. Fellow Taoists, please enlighten me. Xiao Hua hurriedly asked, I wonder where Senior Brother Li or the Imperial Thunder Sect are going to fight? This is a secret order from the meeting hall, we don't know about it. The city guard surnamed Chu said with a smile, at this time in the Sky Patrol City, there are disciples from various sects guarding the city. If fellow Taoist Xiao is in a hurry, you can go to the Sky Patrol City to ask first. Hehe, no need. Xiao Hua hurriedly flew up and cupped his hands. I still have a mission to complete, I'll look for them after I've completed it. With that, Xiao Hua's figure headed towards the northwest, looking a little flustered. Haha, after Xiao Hua's figure disappeared, the city guard surnamed Chu burst out laughing. Even the other city guards were swaying back and forth. Damn it, this Xiao Hua is really lucky. With such a cultivation level, and he could even kill Qin Jian? If it weren't for the support of Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction and Xiao Mao from the Xunyan school, he would have been killed by Qin Jian? Ah, you're right. Another city guard laughed until he was out of breath and said, look at his blushing face. He also knows how to feel ashamed. Also, when he heard about joining the battle, he immediately flew away as if he was afraid of knowing where the battle line was. Such a cultivator. How could he make any contributions? He's just lucky it's not that his cultivation level is high. A city guard said sarcastically. At this moment, a red message talisman flew over from the direction of the Sky Patrol City and stopped in front of the city guard surnamed Chu. The city guard managed to stop laughing and caught the message talisman. After he immersed his divine thought into it, his expression suddenly changed to one of extreme awkwardness and embarrassment. What's wrong, Captain Chu? A few city guards hurriedly asked. The city master's secret order. Send it to all the teams on duty in the Sky Patrol City. The city guard surnamed Chu said word by word. If you find traces of Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder Sect, do not disturb him immediately, directly report to the city master's mansion. Ah. All the city guards were shocked and the sarcastic disciple almost screamed, What's going on? As the city guards of the Sky Patrol City, they knew better than anyone else the meaning of the sentence. If you find traces of Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder Sect, do not disturb him, immediately report to the city master's mansion. Quickly send the message talisman to the city master. Captain Chu ordered a city guard beside him, then he turned and flew into the air. But after flying for less than 30 meters he stopped again. His eyes gazed in the direction Xiao Hua had disappeared, and he forcefully extinguished the thought of pursuing him. He waved his hand and said, You all continue to patrol, Chu will go and meet the city master. Yes, I understand. The city guards replied in unison, then flew up again and continued to patrol in the same direction as before. However, their eyes were still looking in the direction where Xiao Hua flew. They really did not know. How did this disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, whose cultivation level was only in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage, offend the Snow Region Master? Of course, Xiao Hua did not know that when he sent Zhong Haoren and the others back to the Sky Patrol City, in the lofty City Master's mansion in the Sky Patrol City, the Snow Region Master whom he was afraid of 2 hours ago, was sitting cross-legged on the cattail hassock. His eyes were slightly narrowed and no one knew what he was thinking. However, his expression was not calm, which showed that he was not meditating. Strange. Why do I feel a little uneasy? The Snow Region Master opened his eyes slightly, and there was a trace of confusion under his eyelids. Could it be that there is a breakthrough in the Qianzhan mysterious technique? After the Snow Region Master circulated his technique, his snow-white eyebrows trembled slightly, and the confusion turned into a trace of ecstasy, but it disappeared in a flash. I really did not expect this. The Qianzhan mysterious technique, which I have not made any progress in all this time, is actually making progress here. This progress is not much, but no matter what, it is the biggest progress in the last 100 years. The Snow Region Master's expression returned to normal and he thought to himself, before the Tao Cultivator War, I went into closed-door cultivation for more than 10 years and took countless pills, but I didn't see any progress. This Tao Cultivator War has only been going on for 10 years, and I have been so worried about the war that I didn't have time to cultivate. I didn't even do my homework, but my cultivation level has actually improved. It's really like when you plant flowers, the flowers don't bloom, but when you plant a willow, the willow grows. Thinking about this, the Snow Region Master raised his eyebrows and whispered, Lengbai, you have been waiting outside for 2 days. What can you do for me? Following the Snow Region Master's words, there was a flash of light and Fong Lengbai's figure appeared outside the door. When Fong Lengbai heard the Snow Region Master speak, he was very surprised. He quickly walked in and bowed. Disciple has nothing special to do, but I heard that the city master hasn't dealt with any city matters during this time, so Disciple came to tell the city master about the war. What is there to say? The Snow Region Master sneered. In this Tao Cultivator War, my Tao sect will suffer a great loss. There is no one among this group of Golden Core cultivators that knows how to strategize, so how could they gain an advantage? They can only wait for those old nascent soul cultivators to clean up their mess. Chapter 2567. Fong Lengbai wanted to laugh but did not dare to laugh when he heard Sage Xueyu say, wipe his ass. However, based on Sage Xueyu's words, Fong Lengbai knew that Sage Xueyu was in an extremely good mood. After a while, Fong Lengbai suppressed his laughter and reported, in the past few days, the conference hall has sent out orders for disciples from all sects to go on expeditions. We've already found out the power distribution of the sword cultivators in the Huan Kingdom. Based on this information, the conference hall has sent out another order for the final battle. Now the Golden Core cultivators in the conference hall have set out on a large scale, bringing all the cultivators to the Huan Kingdom. Our Sky Patrol City has also sent out more than 80,000 disciples. As he spoke, Fong Lengbai held up a jade pendant above his head. I've asked the city lord about this matter, but the city lord ignored me, so I can only act on my own. It's fine. Master Xueyu grabbed the jade pendant and it flew into his hand. However, he didn't even look at it. He nodded and said, everything related to the war in the Sky Patrol City has been handed over to you and Jean King. Your decision is my decision. No matter how stupid you are, you don't need me to wipe your ass for you. Ha! Fong Lengbai couldn't help but laugh. He bowed respectfully and said, Disciple congratulates the city lord on improving your cultivation again. Ha! Master Xueyu laughed loudly. My cultivation is still not enough. You still saw through it. Hee. Disciple has followed the city lord for over 100 years. The city lord treats Disciple like a nephew. Disciple knows that the city lord is focused on cultivation and doesn't pay much attention to the war. Previously, the city lord was in a bad mood and didn't even see Disciple. Now that the city lord is in a good mood, Disciple naturally knows. It has nothing to do with the city lord's state of mind. Fong Lengbai said honestly. That's right. Master Xueyu wiped his eyebrows with his finger and said with a smile. Although I don't pay much attention to the war, I still know the general trend. However, the conference hall sent out the order for the final battle so early, which is beyond my expectations. When Fong Leng heard this, he was just about to take out a jade slip from his sleeve. However, when he saw Xueyu Jinren's rare interest, he stopped himself and smiled. What does the city lord think? According to this old man's original opinion, the conference hall would release some bait to lure out sword cultivators from the country of Shi and country of Lian. Then they would kill them one by one. This way perhaps they could delay it for 3 to 5 years. But now, how did these core formation brats suddenly have the courage? A decisive battle? This is something this old man didn't expect. Perfected Shui, you seem to be deep in thought. If they had the guts to do so, coupled with Tu Hong's scheme, the battle between Dao cultivators would have been decided long ago instead of being pushed to the outskirts of Sky Patrol City by sword cultivators. Haha, Fong Lengbai smiled and wanted to put his hand into his sleeve, but Master Shui raised his voice again. Lengbai, yes, Sir City Lord, what instructions do you have? Fong Ling's hand stopped as he hurriedly asked. Is there any movement near the sword mound? Sword mound. Fong Lengbai was taken aback. After thinking for a moment, he smiled bitterly and said, well, Sir City Lord, this time many sword cultivators have forced their way into the country of Shi and country of Lian. The sword mound is already behind the sword cultivators' defensive line and is very far away. The city guards of Sky Patrol City can't patrol the sword mound together with the disciples of the various sects during the battle between sword cultivators. Although I have already sent my disciples out, they can only patrol once every 10 days. This time, there is a high possibility that some disciples will die. Therefore, I don't have a detailed grasp of their movements. Of course, according to my recent news as well as the information from the spies in the country of Huan, there are no strange movements in the sword mound. There are only some sword cultivators who are pregnant with swords, some small sects that didn't participate in the battle, and some cultivation families that are active there. Of course, our pawns in the country of Huan have low cultivation levels and are not valued by the sword cultivators. Their knowledge is also limited. Those cultivators must be crazy from poverty. The sword mound is already far away from our cultivators' defensive line and is behind the sword cultivators. They still dare to go there. Perfected Shui Yu sneered. It's precisely because it's behind the sword cultivators that the sword cultivators are less vigilant. Those low-level cultivators have a chance. Fong Lengbai smiled apologetically. Even if the sword cultivators are less vigilant, it's not something they can covet. Any illusory sword that appears will be enough to wipe out their sects, right? Yes. That's why birds die for food and men die for wealth. Fong Lengbai agreed. What about the conference hall? Perfected Shui Yu suddenly asked. The conference hall? Fong Lengbai was startled, but he immediately understood. A strange expression appeared on his face. Sir City Lord, are you talking about the conference hall's attention to the sword mound? What? Perfected Shui Yu was surprised and his face was filled with disbelief. Could it be that the conference hall, that's right? Fong Lengbai smiled bitterly. The conference hall didn't send any disciples to patrol the sword mound. It seems, from their actions, I didn't see how important the sword mound was to them. They only told me when they were stationed in Sky Patrol City, to inform them if there was news about the sword mound in Sky Patrol City. Perfected Shui Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He slapped his forehead and said, Oh my God. The sword mound is the last barrier for the sword cultivators to retreat. If they don't know about the situation in the sword mound, and the sword cultivators are forced to retreat, will they chase after them? Maybe they have been suppressed by the sword cultivators, and the battle line has long gone beyond the sword mound. They never thought that there would be a day where they would fight the sword cultivators to the sword mound, right? Fong Lengbai replied with a smile. It was as if this war was a good show happening beside Sky Patrol City, and had nothing to do with them. How can such a kid defeat the sword cultivators? Perfected Shui Yu snorted. Looks like there won't be any Golden Core disciples who can stand out in this war. Of course. Which Golden Core cultivator can compare with Junior Brother 2? Fong Lengbai couldn't help but blurt it out. But when he said it, his heart trembled and he stole a glance at Perfected Shui Yu. Perfected Shui Yu only snorted. I naturally think highly of Tu Hong's talent, but he's too bold. And he's unlucky. Yes, but... Fong Lengbai touched his sleeves again. Just as he was about to speak, Perfected Shui Yu asked again, Lengbai, you said that the meeting hall doesn't care about the sword mound. Although Sky Patrol City patrols the sword mound, the swordsmen in the sword mound aren't important. Could it be that the sword cultivators this time are all mediocre? They didn't make an issue out of the sword mound? I'm not sure. Fong Lengbai smiled apologetically. After all, the sword mound is behind the sword cultivators, and the sword mound is thousands of miles wide. We can't completely inspect it, so who knows what's inside. Of course, according to the records of the previous war, The sword cultivators have a 50% chance of resisting stubbornly in the sword mound, blocking our cultivators outside the sword mound. After all, once we break through the sword mound, we'll be in the Huan country's territory. So what about the Huan country's territory? That place is even colder than my snow region's highlands. Who would want to go there? Perfected Shuiyu was disdainful, then sighed. Sigh, it's a pity that our Dao Sex transportation array has been lost. If we had a formation master to refine it, this war wouldn't be so difficult. Haha, if there was a transportation array, I'm afraid this war would be even more difficult. Fong Lengbai smiled apologetically. That's right, those golden core brats in the meeting hall. I'm afraid they would have been beaten into cowards by the sword cultivators. Our Sky Patrol City's spirit stone veins wouldn't have fallen into their hands. Perfected Shuiyu laughed. Yes, Fong Lengbai nodded, then said, that's right, according to the latest war report, the spirit stone veins in the Seven Extremes Mountains have been seized by the Imperial Thunder Sect and the Huanhua Sect. The latest war report is in your sleeve, right? Perfected Shuiyu laughed. Yes. Fong Lengbai wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. I should have taken it out long ago, but seeing the city lord so happy, I didn't want to disturb you. Show it to me. Perfected Shuiyu stretched out his hand and said, see if there's any other good news. Sir. Fong Lengbai raised the jade slip and said with a smile, besides this, there's another piece of good news. What is it? Perfected Shuiyu took the jade slip and asked casually. Qin Jian, who tried to assassinate junior brother Tu Hong, was killed by 3 cultivators from the Dao sect. This can be considered as helping Sky Patrol City vent our anger. Fong Lengbai said with a smile, but then he thought of something and hurriedly said, of course, even if the city lord's judgment is that Qin Jian might not be the one who tried to assassinate junior brother Tu, these 3 disciples from the Dao sect have helped us vent our anger. This Qin Jian was too arrogant, he even killed 3 golden core cultivators before he died. Oh, which 3 golden core cultivators? Perfected Shuiyu was surprised to hear that Qin Jian had been killed, so he probed the jade slip with his spiritual force and asked casually, not golden core cultivators. 3 foundation establishment stage disciples. Fong Lengbai smiled apologetically. The report in the meeting hall was a little vague, but it should be that Qin Jian was severely injured by the 3 golden core cultivators, and the 3 foundation establishment stage disciples took the opportunity to kill him. How is that possible? Perfected Shuiyu said coldly, Qin Jian was a 3rd-grade illusory swordsman, and his cultivation level was comparable to an advanced golden core cultivator. How could 3 foundation establishment stage disciples kill him? This credit. I'm afraid it's fake, right? Fong Lengbai's back was drenched in cold sweat when he saw Perfected Shuiyu's gaze. He quickly smiled apologetically and said, the fake credit was done by the disciples of the various sects who participated in the battle. It has nothing to do with Sky Patrol City. Who would dare to fake the credit for something as important as killing Qin Jian? Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction even brought back Qin Jian's head and sword token, so it can't be fake. Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction, Xiao Mao from the Xuanyan school, Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder sect? Perfected Shuiyu frowned and said in confusion, one is in the Advanced Foundation Establishment stage, one is in the Middle Foundation Establishment stage, and one is at the peak of the Initial Foundation Establishment stage? Isn't this a joke? Even if Qin Jian was lying there, his flying sword was not something that the 3 of them could block, right? Chapter 2568. City Governor, do you believe me? The cultivators in the meeting hall believe me. I couldn't wait for the city governor's order, so I sent the promised reward to the meeting hall without permission. Fong Lengbai said hesitantly, I didn't dare to delay this matter that involved junior brother Tu Hong. I didn't want to hurt the disciples of Sky Patrol City. Humph. There must be something fishy about this. Shuiyu Perfected Master said coldly, the swordsman who assassinated Tu Hong wasn't Qin Jian. I was lured by a sword that day and I left Sky Patrol City on the day Tu Hong was assassinated. I saw Qin Jian hundreds of miles away from Sky Patrol City. If he could assassinate Tu Hong before me, he would be a divine sword cultivator. Fong Lengbai was shocked. So, the person who assassinated Junior Brother 2 in Sky Patrol City wasn't Qin Jian? Then, who is this fake Qin Jian? According to the cultivators at the scene, this fake Qin Jian was Qin Jian's face, and he was also using flying sword techniques. Especially, the sword formation. It's definitely not my Dao cultivator's flying sword. The flying sword and the sword formation are not surprising. Shuiyu Perfected Master's face darkened. There are two key points. First, how did the assassin escape from Sky Patrol City? Second, what's so special about the sword formation that it made Tu Hong, who was always calm, go crazy? Hiss. Fong Lengbai suddenly thought of a possibility. He gasped and said in shock, could it be? City Governor, that's right. Shuiyu Perfected Master's tone was terrifying. I've been thinking about these days and I think that the assassin might not have left Sky Patrol City at all, so my tricks at the city gate and teleportation formation were ineffective. Besides, if the assassin could impersonate Qin Jian, he could also impersonate someone else. That's how he escaped my detection. Also in the sword formation. I'm afraid there's some soul cultivator's item that can disturb people's minds. Soul cultivator. Fong Leibai bit his lips. Could it be that a soul cultivator is here too? That's possible. Shuiyu Perfected Master narrowed his eyes. Then he raised his eyebrows and said loudly, Golden Pit? Why are you so flustered? When Fong Lung heard this, he smiled apologetically and said, Senior Brother Jean is impatient and doesn't have the time to wait outside the hall. He has already been here a few times. Seeing the City Lord open the hall today, I'm afraid there's something going on? Disciple Jean King greets the City Lord. Jean King walked up to the main hall and bowed. Alright, get up. Shuiyu waved his hand and said, You rushed into the main hall the moment you entered my residence. Is there something important? Yes. Jean King said as he took out a jade slip from his bosom, handed it forward and said, Yesterday I cleaned up the jade slip and found that before Tu Honglin left, there was a period of time when the records of the meeting hall were not sent to the mansion. So I went to Tu Hong's mansion and found this jade slip in the closed study room. Is there anything special about it? Shuiyu Sage asked patiently. Jean King was also stunned. He raised his head and looked at Shuiyu. Just like Fong Lengbai, he immediately sensed that Shuiyu was in a good mood. He glanced at Fong Lengbai and bowed. Disciple congratulates City Lord for improving your cultivation. Ha ha ha. Shuiyu Sage laughed and said, Tell me, what did you find? This. Jean King bit his lips and said hesitantly, Disciple checked this jade slip and found something strange in it. Tu Hong recorded what happened in the meeting hall during those days, including Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction and Xiao Hua from the Thunder Control sect. Oh? Is there also Xiao Mao from the Xuanyan school? Fong Ling asked in surprise. Yes, it's the three people who killed Qin Jian. Jean King obviously knew about this and nodded. However, according to the records in the jade slip, Xiao Mao had just been rescued by Xiao Hua from the Yinyang Twin Springs mountain. Or rather, he was brought back. Taoist Master Shui's snow-white eyebrows twitched even though there was no wind. He suddenly had a bad feeling. In this jade slip, Li Zongbao and Xiao Hua's series of military exploits are recorded. This disciple found it inconceivable. These two Foundation establishment cultivators did many things that even Golden Core cultivators couldn't accomplish. This disciple won't speak of the specifics. This jade slip has all the records. Sir City Lord will know with a single glance. Jean Kang said concisely, What surprised me the most was that at the end of the jade slip, Junior Brother Tu Hong wrote this sentence. What sentence? Fong Ling interrupted curiously. According to disciples' observation, Li Zongbao and Xiao Hua must have a secret skill that can greatly improve their cultivation in a short period of time. Moreover, this person is very intelligent and seems to be hiding something. If it's Li Zongbao, then he has a domineering aura behind his arrogance. If it's Xiao Hua, then he has a murderous aura behind his modesty. However, according to disciples' observation of the Golden Core stage cultivators in the meeting hall, they seem to have noticed it too, but they didn't point it out. I think these Dao sect cultivators must be plotting something. Maybe they want to suppress our Sky Patrol City, or maybe they want to show off their power to us. Of course, Li Zongbao is the main reason because Heng Lu always helps Li Zongbao cover up at the crucial moment. Moreover, disciple feels that some of Xiao Hua's achievements were given to him by Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. This is nothing. Fong Lengbi asked curiously. The three cultivators have a good relationship. Otherwise they wouldn't have joined hands to kill Qin Jian. Junior brother Fong, don't be anxious. Jean King said coldly. I haven't finished speaking. Junior brother Tu Hong said, if this person is Xiao Hua then, it's too scary. City Lord, please be careful. Wang, the sound of wind and clouds surging immediately sounded from the main hall, and a hurricane instantly swept through the entire main hall. The hurricane made Fong Lengbi and Jean Kang's robes flutter, and they were so scared that their faces turned pale. The two of them hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. Obviously they knew that. Shuiyu Master was angry. After a while, Shuiyu Master retracted his spiritual sense from the jade slip and said coldly, Tu Hong died a good death. What a good death. He actually died in the hands of a Dao sect cultivator. City Lord. Jean Kang's face showed a trace of confusion. Senior brother Jean. Just now, City Lord said that the person who killed junior brother Tu was definitely not Qin Jian. He saw Qin Jian outside the city that day. Fong Lengbi said softly. See, could it be the Xiao Hua? Jean King naturally knew about the matter between Tu Hong and Dui Qiming. He immediately pointed out Xiao Hua. This is not possible, right? Do you still have the list of people who entered and left Sky Patrol City those few days? Shuiyu Master asked coldly. Yes, Fong Lengbi hurriedly took out a jade slip. This item was very important, so he carried it with him at all times. Shuiyu Master took a closer look and threw it to Fong Lengbi. Take a look yourself. On that day, Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao and Xiao Hua returned to Sky Patrol City. Yes, Fong Lengbi's expression changed after looking at it. Xiao Hua, Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming were all from Imperial Thunder Sect's first team. When he returned to Sky Patrol City, he knew that Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming were going to dual cultivate. When he returned to Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment, he saw that Cui Hongshan had been deceived or that Qian Mo had put him under house arrest. Thus, he had evil intentions and sneaked into junior brother Tu's residence. It seems Dui Qiming and Xiao Hua didn't have much of a relationship. Could it be that Cui Hongshan and Xiao Hua had a life and death relationship? There was no need to kill junior brother Tu. Jean King was confused. Do you know why Tu Hong didn't dare to send this to you in time? Shuiyu Master snorted. He might not have time, but the biggest reason was that he didn't dare to believe it. Why did the last sentence of the jade slip say that Xiao Hua was scary? He felt that the survival of Imperial Thunder Sect's first team could be due to Xiao Hua's strength. How is that possible? Fong Lengbi and Jean King couldn't believe that the spirit howl array of Mount Quanjin that even nascent soul cultivators didn't dare to touch was broken by Xiao Hua and he was still safe and sound inside. Of course, this was only his suspicion. Tu Hong was afraid that mentioning Mount Quanjin would provoke me, but he didn't dare to not take revenge. So he was hesitant. It was also because of this hesitation that Xiao Hua had time to take his life. Shuiyu Master said faintly. His anger had gradually subsided. Of course, if it was like what City Lord said that Xiao Hua's strength was close to the nascent soul stage, then his contributions, his return to Sky Patrol City to assassinate Tu Hong, and even killing Qin Jian would all be extremely easy. Fong Lengbi asked in confusion. But why didn't Qian Mo know about Xiao Hua's cultivation? Then why didn't the Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall know? Why didn't they say it out loud? Firstly, they didn't know that the person who assassinated Junior Tu was definitely not Qin Jian. Didn't the City Lord also suspect that it was a soul cultivator? Even he didn't suspect the Dao sect cultivators. How could they have thought of it? Jean King retorted. Furthermore, even if they saw something that Xiao Hua is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, what does it have to do with them? Qian Mo, that sanctimonious thing, is blind. I'm afraid he really couldn't see it. Why would those Golden Core cultivators remind him? I still don't agree. This is a 1 in a million situation. Of course, this is also the most ideal deduction. Fong Lengbi stubbornly disagreed. What if there wasn't this, how could I cultivate to the nascent soul stage? If there wasn't this, how could you all condense your core? Shuiyu Master laughed sinisterly. I have a feeling that this Xiao Hua is the main force that killed Qin Jian. Hearing Shuiyu Master's words, Fong Lengbi didn't dare to say anything else. Where's Xiaohua now? Shuiyu Master asked. Reporting to the city lord. Fong Lingbi hurriedly said. According to the meeting hall, he didn't even return to Sky Patrol City, he was sent somewhere else by Li Zongbao. What place? This? The meeting hall didn't say. This disciple doesn't know. Chapter 2569. Hehe, that's right. Xiaohua must have a guilty conscience. Jean King said coldly. If he returns to Sky Patrol City and the city lord finds out that he killed Qin Jian, he will definitely think of his cultivation. How can he escape from the city lord's search in Sky Patrol City? Xiaohua. Xiaohua. Shuiyu Dao Master gritted his teeth. Thinking of the place where Qin Jian disappeared, it was not far from Imperial Thunder Sect. How could he not know that he was tricked by Xiaohua? Send out the city lord's secret order. Shuiyu Dao Master ordered in a low voice. If any disciple on duty discovers Xiaohua's whereabouts, immediately inform the city lord's residence. Yes, disciple understands. Jean King hurriedly sent out the order. Fong Lingbi hurriedly said, Xiaohua is in Imperial Thunder Sect's army right now. City lord might as well inform Qian Mo. Idiot. Shuiyu Dao Master scolded. Xiaohua even killed Qin Jian and Tu Hong without any scruples. How would Qian Mo know his background? No wonder Qian Lazy did not come to Sky Patrol City to attend Tu Hong and Dui Qiming's dual cultivation ceremony. He has a guilty conscience. Even Dui Qiming's master and Dui Qiming's master took the opportunity to come to Sky Patrol City and did not disembark from the Thunder ship to greet me. It seems they have a guilty conscience. Yes, disciple is stupid. Fong Lingbi saw Shuiyu Dao Master scolding him, which was rare, and his body trembled and he lowered his head. Yes, disciple understands. Imperial Thunder Sect must not know about this. Jean King sent out the city lord's order and added, Xiaohua should only be killed quietly. Otherwise, with his contributions, the city lord wouldn't be able to easily make a move. Furthermore, at this point, Jean King also shrunk his neck and did not dare to speak anymore. Yes, Shuiyu Dao Master killed Xiaohua as a nascent soul cultivator. Xiaohua's strength aside, Xiaohua was only a foundation establishment disciple. In front of Shuiyu Dao Master he was just a child. If Shuiyu Dao Master directly faced Xiaohua, then wouldn't that be a joke? But Xiaohua could even kill Qin Jian and Tu Hong. He and Fong Lingbi might not be his opponent. Shuiyu Dao Master would not let others do it. However, if Master Shuiyu didn't make a move now, who knew where Xiaohua would run off to after the battle? Even if he returned to the Imperial Lightning Sect, Shuiyu would not be able to force the Imperial Lightning Sect. After all, everything was just speculation. Sky Patrol City did not have any evidence to prove that Xiaohua was the one who killed Tu Hong. Moreover, even if Xiaohua admitted to killing Tu Hong, why would he kill Tu Hong? Quan Jinshan and Dui Qiming were both Xiaohua's reasons. If this layer of responsibility was revealed, how could sect leader Qian Lazy not protect his own Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples? Leng Biao, go to the Imperial Thunder Sect again and see what the relationship between Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan is. Shuiyu Spiritual Master looked at the ashen-faced Fong Leng and said, the reason why he wanted to assassinate Tu Hong was because of Jin Quan Mountain, but I can't figure out why he would be so anxious. If he were to assassinate Tu Hong while he was out of the city, even with this information I wouldn't suspect him. Yes, disciple will head over now. Fong Ling hurriedly left. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Fong Ling hurriedly returned with a strange expression on his face. Reporting to City Lord. Fong Ling took a deep breath and said, disciple has asked clearly. Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan are from the Lightning Palace's myriad Thunder Valley. They are true brothers. No wonder. Shuiyu Spiritual Master and Jean King were enlightened. At this moment, a message talisman was sent from outside and landed in Jean King's hand. Jean King frowned and crushed the message talisman. A disciple's voice was heard, reporting to City Lord Chu Heng, who was patrolling outside Sky Patrol City, saw Xiaohua from the Imperial Thunder Sect. Quick, Jean King hurriedly waved his hand and a message talisman shot out like lightning. However, Shuiyu Spiritual Master was even faster than the message talisman and rushed out of the main hall. Let's go. When Jean Kang and Fong Leng went out, Shuiyu Spiritual Master was long gone. Only Chu Heng, who had just returned to Sky Patrol City, was left. When and where did you see Xiao Hua? Fong Ling hurriedly asked. Just now. Chu Heng hurriedly said. Disciple had just finished interrogating Xiao Hua when I received the City Lord's order. Disciple did not stop at all and used the teleportation talisman to return here. Go and receive your reward. Fong Ling ordered. After Chu Heng left, he turned to look at Jean King and said thoughtfully, once the City Lord goes, the truth will definitely come to light. Yes, if the City Lord captures Xiao Hua, there's no need to say. Jean King nodded. But if the City Lord can't capture Xiao Hua, there's still no need to say. But Fong Ling was still hesitant and said in a low voice, there's still something I don't understand. Then, how did Xiao Hua use a sword formation? How did he use a flying sword? Isn't he a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Is this important? Jean King did not answer directly. Instead, he looked at the distant sky and said coldly. Indeed. Fong Ling stopped talking and also looked into the distance. The two of them did not dare to leave and only waited at the entrance of the main hall. After several hours, they saw Shuiyu's spiritual master return. After crossing the entire country of Xi and heading to the west of Meng country, there was a huge mountain range. This mountain range was like a creeping dragon that stretched for thousands of miles. At the same time, this mountain range was also full of ups and downs. The mountains were completely different. Some places were swampy and muddy, some places were bright with the fragrance of plum blossoms, some places were shrouded in black fog, and some places were occupied by immortal clouds. In the middle of the mountain range, although the mountains were dangerous and rugged with strange rocks, the rocks were all sparkling and translucent and the flowers were all shining. It was really a beautiful scene. This mountain range was the foundation of Meng country's famous Su Yen sect, Zhongxiu Mountain Range. In the mountain range there was a mountain peak that was not very tall but was rather quiet. White feathers spread out and spiritual apes cried. Hidden by green vines, there was an extraordinary immortal's cave. It was afternoon and the round sun had already moved to the west. The orange-red sunlight passed through the green wood and shone on the door of the immortal's cave. The colorful mottled light slowly slid on the door, and it was beautiful and really attracted people's attention. Unfortunately, although there were no noisy cicadas, the chirping of birds was also not surprising. There was no one who could easily come to this immortal's abode. Whoosh, a scarlet light streaked across the sky and suddenly disturbed this quiet mountain peak. It was a communication talisman that fell in front of the immortal's cave. When the communication talisman touched the door of the immortal's cave, the door raised a circle of light and then disappeared. The communication talisman also fell down and floated in the air. Not long after, the door of the immortal's cave was pushed open with a creak. A drooping boy poked his head out and blinked his sparkling eyes a few times. With a wave of his hand, the communication talisman fell into his hand. Then the door creaked again and slowly closed and the boy disappeared. Martial ancestor, martial ancestor. The boy entered the immortal's cave. It was a huge valley and the spiritual energy in the valley had condensed into mist. It floated in the air and filled the entire valley. There were countless spirit grasses, spirit trees, and even many celestial birds in the mist, making it look even more like an immortal's cave. The boy shouted as he flew. Only occasionally did he have to land on the ground. Along the way, there were many cultivators of different ages that looked at the boy with smiles on their faces. There were even a few that stopped and made way for the boy. Thank you, senior martial brother, thank you, martial uncle. The boy's crisp voice echoed along the way. When he saw a stone wall floating in the air, the boy stopped. He bowed toward the stone wall and respectfully said, Martial ancestor, there is a communication talisman for you outside the immortal's cave. As the boy's voice fell, a layer of milky white mist flashed across the stone wall. When the mist dissipated, an irregular cave about 10 feet in size appeared on the stone wall. A voice came from the cave, bring it up. Yes, the boy replied and flew to the top of the stone wall. He saw that this was a cave that was not very deep. There was a faint brilliance in the cave which just happened to illuminate the entire cave. Inside the cave, there was an incomparable coolness that penetrated to the bones. The boy obediently walked inside and handed the communication talisman to a tall cultivator that was sitting cross-legged inside. This cultivator had an imposing appearance and looked amiable. It was Zhu Qinghe that Xiaohua met at the burial flower manor. At this moment, Zhu Qinghe still had an amiable expression. He took the communication talisman and said with a smile, "He Zhu, your cultivation has improved again. Good martial ancestor knows. Zhuger has been in seclusion for another 20 days. Now I have reached the peak of the 3rd level of the qi refining realm. With a little more effort I can enter the 4th level of the qi refining realm." The boy heard the praise and replied with some exultation, "Not bad." Zhu Qinghe nodded, "You can endure hardships. I was right about you. However, the way of cultivation is to be steady. Don't be arrogant just because you have just reached the 3rd level of the qi refining realm. The road ahead is long." "Yes, Zhuger knows." The boy stuck out his tongue and hurriedly bowed. "Go." Zhu Qinghe didn't say much. He waved his hand and let the boy leave. Then he opened the communication talisman and immersed his divine thought into it. When he finished reading, his face unconsciously showed a strange expression. He whispered, It's actually the sect leader who summoned the troops. He wants me to go to the Sky Patrol City? Could it be that the first stage of the Dao cultivator battle is going to end so soon? Will the cultivators of my Dao sect win? Or will the swordsmen of Huan country win?" Then Zhu Qinghe looked at the light outside the cave again and said self-deprecatingly, "The sect leader's order of confinement is also removed from today. It seems that the suspicion on me is now gone. The crime of instigating a Dao cultivator battle will not fall on me." As Zhu Qinghe spoke, a strange smile appeared on his face. He clapped his hands and shouted, "Come, take my order and go to the Jade Rain Palace. Bring me a copy of all the battle reports of the battle." "Yes, I understand." A loud voice sounded from outside the cave. Then, a burly intermediate foundation establishment cultivator flew out of the cave and flew into the distance. In less than 2 hours, the disciple flew back and respectfully handed several jade slips to Zhu Qinghe. Zhu Qinghe narrowed his eyes and picked up a jade slip. He immersed his divine thought into it and seemed to be carefully reading it. However, after a while Zhu Qinghe's face showed a trace of mockery. The golden core cultivators in this battle are all pigs. Ping Dai is even more useless. The entire battle dispatch is a mess." Then Zhu Qinghe threw the jade slip and sneered, "There's no need to read it in the future. The Dao sect will lose this battle. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators will be forced to the outskirts of the Sky Patrol City by the sword cultivators. No wonder the sect leader ordered the troops. The Shui Yu spiritual master of the Sky Patrol City may not be able to hold on, right?" Zhu Qinghe looked at the few jade slips scattered on the ground and closed his eyes to meditate. However, after a few minutes, Zhu Qinghe waved his hand and another jade slip appeared in his hand. He murmured, "I wonder who the opponent of the sword cultivators is this time?" However, before he could finish speaking, he exclaimed, "Tu Hong? Quan Jinshan, killed nearly 30,000 swordsmen? And dozens of illusory sword cultivators? The Sky Patrol City has such a great talent, how can they lose?" "So, Xiaohua?" Then Zhu Qinghe looked as if he had seen a ghost. He was even more shocked than when he saw Tu Hong's battle achievements. He jumped up from the ground and shouted in disbelief, "This guy? Didn't he die in the ink black forest long ago?" Chapter 2570. That's right, it's Xiaohua from the Imperial Thunder Sect. Zhu Qinghe checked again and the shock on his face did not disappear. The first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect. The first meritorious member of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Oh, he was sent to the spiritual stone mine of Mount Quanjin. Killed by a swordsman. Seeing this, Zhu Qinghe did not know why, but he let out a long sigh. Phew. How did he escape? That year, I saw him being struck by the flying sword of immortal Ming Jian with my own eyes. Zhu Qinghe suddenly realized, but I only saw him being struck. Although he was definitely dead, but I didn't see him die. Could it be that he had another adventure? But fortunately he died in Mount Quanjin or else. Thinking of this, Zhu Qinghe suddenly looked at the other jade slips that were scattered around, but there was a flash of fear in his eyes. He could not wait any longer and all the jade slips fell into his hands, and he immediately immersed his divine thought into them. Sure enough, in just a moment, Zhu Qinghe's face turned ashen, and he shouted in disbelief, Mount Chuanjin's spirit howl array. He and the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect actually came back to life. How is this possible? Then he immersed his divine thought into all the jade slips again and looked through them carefully. He did not see any news about Xiaohua, then he carefully kept the jade slips. Zhu Qinghe stood there quietly, and for a good while he suddenly moved and his figure flew out of the cave. He did not have time to seal the cave, and his figure flew out of the immortal cave like a meteor, and rushed into a place in the Zhongxiu mountain range and disappeared. North of the Sky Patrol City in the sky, dark clouds covered the sky tightly. Although the dark clouds were extremely heavy, there was no lightning nor was there any snow. But faintly there was a sound of thunder coming from afar. The sound of thunder was very ear-piercing, as if it was under the dark clouds. When the sound of thunder approached, another figure flashed across the sky. His speed was even faster than a shooting star as he dashed across the sky and scattered the dark clouds. What was left behind this figure were not only scattered clouds, but also the sound of thunder that reverberated between the clouds. This person was naturally Xiaohua. After Xiaohua left the Sky Patrol City, he immediately flew towards the northeast, and when he was out of the sight of the city guards, he immediately urged the thunder travel and flew straight to the north. Although Shui Yudao Master immediately flew out of Sky Patrol City when he received the report from the city guards, his initial direction was wrong. Moreover, his flying speed was not much faster than Xiaohua's. How could he catch up with Xiaohua? He was destined to return empty-handed. However, the pitiful Xiaohua still didn't know that he had been exposed by the Shuiyu sage of the Sky Patrol City. He was still flying around freely. Activating his magic power, Xiaohua pushed Imperial Lightning travel to its limits. A feeling of freedom filled Xiaohua's body and mind. Every pore on his body was filled with joy. It was as if cruising between heaven and earth, breaking away from all the shackles, was the life he should have. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, and the primordial spirit in the space was carefully comprehending the primordial spirit sword manipulation technique in Qin Jian's memory. This secret technique was used by sword cultivators to transform into swords, so it was naturally difficult to understand, and there were many secrets that were passed down orally by sword cultivators. Although Xiaohua had obtained it for a long time, his progress was still very slow. However, Xiaohua did not panic at all. If he could comprehend it in a short period of time, he would doubt the authenticity of this secret technique. It was precisely because it was difficult to comprehend that he felt at ease. It was fine if he did not make a breakthrough in this secret technique, but once he did, it would definitely be of great benefit to his cultivation. After being free for more than 10 days, when dawn came, a ray of sunlight shot out from the ground, and in an instant the whole world was lit up. Xiaohua opened his mouth and a mouthful of grand essence entered his mouth, but when he closed his mouth and swallowed, his gaze froze. In front of him, a purple color dyed the heaven and earth. That purple color was so pure and so alluring, like a kind of flashing glass, it instantly attracted Xiaohua's gaze, and directly penetrated into his eyes and then into his mind. Purple jasmine flower, Xiaohua was practically moaning as he swallowed with difficulty. His throat felt like it was dry land. The purple color in front of him flowed like velvet, gorgeous like splashes of color, and also seemed to be purple flames dancing, emitting a flirtatious charm. Throwing away heaven and earth. Seeing the purple jasmine flower, Xiaohua naturally knew that it was the location of the sword tomb, and he did not lose his direction. When the sun that flashed across the dawn rain continent fell to the left of Xiaohua, the purple jasmine flower blotted out the sky and covered the earth. He saw that this was a kind of spiritual grass that was about 3 feet tall, and on the purple background, there were traces of blood-red roots that stubbornly spat out from the dried-up layer of ice. From the root upwards, the dense blood-red threads gradually rubbed into the purple color, until it was purified into a purple branch. On this 2 feet long pure purple branch, there were purple flower petals that were only the size of a grain of rice. These flower petals were hollow and there was no stamen. All the flower petals seemed to be wrapped together as if they had never opened before. What was special was that this purple flower petal was unusually sharp at the top and oval at the bottom, like a purple teardrop falling down. If it was just a stalk of purple jasmine flower, he would not feel that it was very beautiful, and it would not even attract people's attention. but hundreds of thousands, millions of purple jasmine flowers suddenly covered the entire snowy plains, covering Xiao Hua's field of vision. What was even more unusual was that when the afterglow of the setting west sprinkled on the flower petals, that stunning purple color mixed with mournful blood red, truly filling the entire heaven and earth with sorrow. Xiao Hua's heart suddenly gave birth to a burst of sadness. Looking at the rising and falling waves of purple flower petals under the gentle breeze, he secretly said, "For 10,000 years, for 100,000 years, I don't know how many cultivators and swordsmen have been buried here, and I don't know how much blood has been spilled here. Every stalk of purple jasmine flower is most likely the illusion of a living person, and every tiny petal is most likely a drop of their blood. Even though they have fallen, their souls are unyielding. Even though they have fallen, their hearts and eyes are open. But unfortunately what they saw was not light, they could only see frost, they could only see blood, they could only, year after year, day after day, they could only watch the battle between swordsmen and cultivators." After lamenting for a moment, Xiao Hua calmed his heart and secretly said, "The Sword Tomb is one of the 10 most dangerous places in the country of Xi. Before I entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, I had already heard of it. But I didn't expect the scenery here to be so magnificent. However, the magnificence is only on the surface. The endless danger is still on the inside. Just like this battle, even though I am lamenting those who deserve to die, I cannot be lenient in the slightest. Since I am unwilling to become a stalk of purple jasmine flower in this sword tomb, I can only let others do it. Perhaps after a few days the sword tomb will add another dead soul." Xiao Hua released his Buddhist sense and it gradually extended into the depths of the sword tomb like a tentacle. Precisely when his Buddhist sense passed through these purple jasmine flowers, the sword tomb gradually gave birth to a kind of sharp feeling, as if it wanted to cut his Buddhist sense apart. That kind of indescribable piercing pain transmitted over, forcing Xiao Hua to have no choice but to withdraw his Buddhist sense. Xiao Hua took a deep breath of the chilly and icy cold air. He knew that this place was still the edge of the sword tomb, and it was precisely the place where the violet jasmine flowers bloomed. If he went further in, he would surely arrive at the battlefield of sword cultivators and Dao cultivators. Not only were there numerous incomplete formations and sword formations from before, there were even numerous spatial rifts that had been created from the battles. These rifts were probably as numerous as the hairs on an ox, and it would be dangerous for anyone to go in. The snowy highlands have always been filled with water, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth has always been abundant. But here faint golden qi seeps out from the air. In the depths of the sword tomb, there are broken flying swords, and those flying swords are mixed with the remnant souls of sword cultivators who died for them. Day and night, these flying swords wailed in grief amidst the broken sword intent, and are also nourished by golden qi. This is the tomb of flying swords. Not to mention the Dao sect cultivators, even the sword cultivators of the Huan country wouldn't dare to rashly enter if they didn't have an extremely clear path. Xiao Hua glanced at it, but he didn't have any thoughts of going deeper into the sword tomb. With a wave of his hand he took out the jade slip and immersed his divine sense into it to take a look. He smiled and said, "This young master wants to make some contributions to the sword tomb, so I'll plant a purple jasmine flower." After he finished speaking, he very carefully identified the direction, and flew along the edge of the purple jasmine flower towards a slightly higher mountain. After flying for an hour, night had already arrived. Xiao Hua landed on the ground and looked around. Although this place was slightly higher than the other places, the purple jasmine flowers were still everywhere. Coincidentally, there was a small protrusion in the middle of the purple jasmine flowers, which seemed to be a large boulder. Xiao Hua strolled over and along the way several purple jasmine flowers brushed past his Taoist robe. "This place is great." Xiao Hua floated up and sat on the boulder. He looked around and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. The night gradually dispersed, and the entire world was shrouded in darkness. The originally purple sword tomb was now emitting bursts of blood red. This blood red replaced the allure of the purple during the day, and everything under the pitch-black night sky was dyed red. "Oh, purple? At night it becomes the color of blood?" Xiao Hua extended his hand into the sea of blood and was rather puzzled. However, as far as his eyes could see, his surroundings were blood red. Moreover, that blood red was speckled and it was several times weaker than the brilliance of the fireflies. When Xiaohua's gaze stopped at the purple jasmine flower beside him, he understood. The purple color of the purple jasmine flower during the day was its petals, and these purple petals were wrapped up. Now that it was night, the purple color of the petals could no longer be seen clearly. However, the blood-red color of the petals could still be seen. This blood-red color contained a brilliance, and naturally during the night, it was the same as the petals. Thus, this part of the world was dyed in the color of blood. Magnificent, sorrowful. Xiaohua sighed with emotion for a moment, then closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Another hour later, the night was already as dark as ink. The night wind blew over the sword catacomb, and the purple jasmine flowers swayed along with the night wind. The color of blood was even more like a rippling sea of blood. Xiaohua's body flickered with a faint, almost invisible protective golden light. He was like a small boat in the sea of blood, drifting indeterminately. Chapter 2571. There seemed to be a breeze around Xiaohua. This breeze was different from the sound of ordinary wind, and it was also completely different from the night wind. The night wind only blew the purple jasmine flowers and raised the blood waves of the sword mound. It couldn't shake Xiaohua's protective brilliance, and it couldn't even stir Xiaohua's tranquil state of mind. However, this breeze quietly arrived and very strangely blew into the light protecting his body. Xiaohua's heart set off ripples. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a rather desolate feeling came from his skin. This was something Xiaohua normally couldn't sense. Could it be that there's something else in this sword mound? Xiaohua's eyes were like stars. He coldly swept his left side and then closed them again. Open. Xiaohua gathered his Buddhist consciousness between his eyes. There was a mark of the previous Dharma eye. Generally, soul threads would pass through here. Although the delirium Dharma eye was useful, Xiaohua basically didn't know how to control it, so he always wanted to use it to control the Dharma eye. But this time Xiaohua was disappointed. The Dharma eye mark didn't open because of his mantra. Instead, there was a piercing pain coming from his glabella. Forget it. I'm afraid that this young master's luck has been used up. Xiaohua shook his head. It seems that this Dharma eye mark isn't easy to control. I'll wait until I have a corresponding secret technique. Thinking, Xiaohua opened his left hand and waited for the delirium Dharma eye to open. Sure enough, threads of blue brilliance mixed with silver brilliance drifted around him. It was very obvious. Furthermore, there were strands of cotton-like green brilliance floating around his body. Xiaohua was already familiar with the blue and silver brilliance. It should be the water and metal attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But that green brilliance wasn't the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It seemed to be gathering with a purpose. Xiaohua even looked into the distance and saw that there was actually even more green brilliance gathering around him. Seeing this, Xiaohua already understood in his heart. No wonder Gu Yu said that this place wasn't suitable for cultivators to come. Not only is the metal attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth somewhat troublesome, but the swordsman's vengeful soul also has an impact on cultivators' cultivation. If it wasn't this young master's fault, if it was someone else, their cultivation would be disturbed and their cultivation would also be damaged. Finished thinking, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and was about to slap his forehead. Just as he was about to release the Buddha's saraira, his heart moved, and his mind entered the mysterious dark clouds. At this moment, Little White's soul was dancing rhythmically, bringing Xiaohua's trace of primordial spirit to the top of the sky. Little White, I'll take you out to eat something, Xiaohua said in his heart. Then the soul thread wrapped around Little White. Although Little White heard Xiaohua's voice, it didn't open its eyes. Even the moment the soul thread touched its body, Little White's soul slightly trembled. However, when the soul thread flickered, the rhythmic soul power sent Little White out of its body. Roar. Little White immediately raised its head and let out a weak dragon roar. Immediately, its entire soul body danced like the sky. This dance was very normal in the sky, but in this night sky it was completely different. Following the rhythm of the undulations, circles of undulations slowly rippled out with Little White's soul body as the center. An indescribable suction force was born along with the undulations spreading far away. Obviously, the wandering souls that were attracted by Xiaohua were immediately frightened when they encountered the undulations. A kind of instinct was born from the wandering souls, just like a drowning person trying their best to escape from the undulations. However, the undulations were like a firm fishing hook. Once it caught a fish or shrimp, no matter how big or small it was, it wouldn't let it go. Those strands of green brilliance of different sizes followed the suction force and entered Little White's soul body. Every time a strand of wandering soul entered, Little White's soul body would emit a faint light. This little white dragon is different from the fire ape's soul. It doesn't need to devour and can directly use its soul body to devour wandering souls. This seems to be somewhat similar to my immortal body bestowment technique. Seeing that Little White's soul body was becoming brighter and brighter, and was beginning to condense bit by bit, Xiaohua was relieved. He continued to sit cross-legged and began his own homework, letting Little White Dragon nourish itself here. The night was very long, and the night was also very short. When Xiaohua opened his eyes again, the horizon was already slightly bright. Little White Dragon seemed to be a little tired as it sat in the air. After a night of nourishment, there weren't any obvious changes, but the condensation of the soul body could be felt even when Xiaohua released the soul strands. More than 10 days passed in a row. Xiaohua rarely had a quiet time to cultivate. Other than releasing Little White Dragon's soul body at night, he had been cultivating quietly. From time to time he would take out the invisible golden sword and use it according to the sword technique in Qin Jian's memory. Although this invisible sword wasn't as marvelous as Qin Jian's, it had the advantage of being invisible. Xiaohua had the experience of using the execution dream, so using this invisible sword was very easy. Of course, in Xiaohua's space, there was a jade slip given to him by the arrogant 10th layer Qi refining disciple Yu Tong when he sneaked out of the Huanhua sect. Xiaohua also took it out when he was cultivating. Sure enough, the layer of mysterious restriction gradually disappeared not long after the jade slip was taken out. However, when Xiaohua's divine sense swept through it, he didn't find anything special. There was only a location, a special symbol, and a simple technique. Is this guy sending this young master to his death? Xiaohua looked at it, then very carelessly threw it into the space. This was because he noticed an extremely special phenomenon. This was the Ganoderma horse. Before Xiaohua sent the Ganoderma horse into the space, the Ganoderma horse was somewhat injured. However, it still maintained the appearance of a Ganoderma horse. After Xiaohua sent it into the space, the Ganoderma horse actually reverted back to the appearance of a 10,000-year-old Lingji. It could no longer transform. Could it be that I should first go to the thunder that Dai encountered? Although the Ganoderma horse didn't encounter any heavenly thunder when it reverted back to its original state, Xiaohua still had some understanding in his heart. Perhaps this young master's space. The rules are still a bit strange. Thinking about the growth of the spiritual grass in his space, Xiaohua could only bitterly smile. He returned his thoughts to cultivation. His current realm was only foundation establishment. The distance from touching the heavenly Tao was really too far. What was the use of thinking too much? Next, Xiaohua was happy again. He finally found the secret technique to use the execution dream and mountain splitter flying swords at the same time. That mysterious sword cultivation secret technique nearly doubled the speed of the execution dream and mountain splitter flying swords. It far exceeded Xiaohua's previous expectations. When Xiaohua was investigating Zhong Haoren that day because of the critical moment, Xiaohua didn't have any other divine ability to use. He could only use the execution dream and mountain splitter flying swords that he had just comprehended a little. The results were surprisingly good. Not only was the speed astonishing, but the strength also increased. It actually injured Yun Zhaochong's flame dragon body, forcing Yun Zhaochong to not dare to fight and flee in panic. This is just two butterflies fluttering in the air. Xiaohua looked at the execution dream and mountain splitter flying swords that were like two cheerful butterflies, attached to each other and pulling each other along. They fluttered among the purple flowers. He couldn't help but think, if the 9 sword pills were repaired, then 9 stars would transit the sun. Then, what kind of momentum would that be? Those are the flying swords of Li Xiubai, the so-called sword immortal. I reckon that even a nascent soul cultivator might not be able to block one of them. Haha, when he thought of being able to kill a nascent soul cultivator in the future, Xiaohua's mouth couldn't close. Although he really didn't know how long this future was, if there was a path of hope, would he still be afraid of thorns and dangers? Could it be that Marshal Kuen's jade slip is wrong? When Xiaohua calmed down, he frowned and looked into the distance. Right now, the swordsmen and cultivators must be fighting a bloody battle to the death. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao aside, what about Fairy Hongxia? If I can stay by her side and block some wind and rain for her, that's also good. As he thought, Xiaohua's gaze landed on the purple flowers again. Could it be that the feelings of cultivators are like this? Although there is mutual affection, there are also separation and reunion involuntarily. If two people have feelings for each other for a long time, why would they be together every day and night? However, the words were so pleasant to hear. Putting aside the dangers of the Xiaoyu continent without each other's protection, it was extremely easy to fall. It was inevitable that regret would arise in his heart. Even if there was no danger, a person's heart was fickle. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any changes. Dui Qiming loved Cui Hongshan wholeheartedly, but when others obstructed her, it was inevitable that her heart would be obstructed. If I hadn't killed Tu Hong and pushed both of them into the middle foundation establishment stage, allowing her to see the foundation of my myriad Thunder Valley, I'm afraid that Dui Qiming, who had experienced this unforeseen event, would have some thoughts in her heart. Of course these are all my wild guesses. Perhaps Dui Qiming is as loyal as Cui Hongshan. Just like Fairy Hongxia in the past. I was only a qi refinement cultivator, but she liked me so much that she didn't hide her preferences in front of everyone in the Feather Immortal Assembly. With such a wife, what else can I ask for in this life? The corners of Xiaohua's mouth secretly revealed a trace of a smile. And Shueshue, the most. At this moment Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and his figure flew up from the big rock. As his figure gradually flew into the sky, his appearance and figure gradually changed, revealing the appearance of a martial Kuan. In the northeast direction, two faint figures appeared on the horizon. When they got closer, two divine senses swept over. As soon as the divine senses swept over Xiaohua, they immediately locked onto him. After circling around for a while, they withdrew. Xiaohua quietly stood in midair. He didn't release his divine senses, only releasing his Buddhist sense to scan the area around him for fear that the newcomers would have some hidden tricks. However, when the two people flew closer, Xiaohua could already see clearly that both of them were tall and thin. However, one was an old man with white hair and a beard, and the other was a cultivator dressed in camouflage robes. Xiaohua frowned slightly, but then his brows relaxed. From Marshal Kuan's jade slip, he saw that Marshal Kuan had handed over the refining method of the Thunder Boat to Hu Guanfu here. He also learned that Hu Guanfu had the materials to repair the Grand Cosmos Shifting Token. That was why he came here to meet Hu Guanfu. Moreover, he also had the idea of attacking Hu Guanfu as soon as he saw him. He didn't think much about the relationship between the two of them. However, now that he heard Hu Guanfu's words, it seemed the two of them weren't as simple as he thought. There was actually a so-called alliance master and envoy involved. What exactly was going on? Fellow Taoist who has always been a man of his word. How can I take your words seriously? If I didn't see the envoy with my own eyes, how could I believe you? Marshal Kuan said with a cold snort. Fellow Taoist Kuan, the envoy clapped his hands and took out a triangular token from his storage bag. He handed it over and said with a smile, "This is the alliance master's token. You can check it." No need, no need," Xiaohua said as he stretched out his hand. He was very curious about who the alliance master was. However, just as his hand was about to touch the token, the envoy pulled his hand back and didn't allow him to touch it. At this moment, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He pondered whether or not he should snatch the item. However, this thought only flashed through his mind. Alliance leader, the leader of an alliance. He was probably more powerful than any cultivation sect. He couldn't even afford to offend a sect, so how could he dare to offend the leader of an alliance? He just wanted Hu Guanfu's materials to refine the Grand Cosmos Shifting Token. So what if he didn't take Hu Guanfu's life today? If this Hu Guanfu is lucky. Xiaohua thought and smiled awkwardly. He swept out his divine sense and immersed it into the token. Buzz. In Xiaohua's divine sense, a mountain-like pressure came from the token. A large fog word flashed and appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Damn it, this is too powerful. You'd better bring them here as soon as possible. Xiao Hua was moved when Hu Guanfu mentioned Taoist Jingru. He was about to speak when Hu Guanfu seemed to have thought of something and transmitted his voice. That's right. About the matter I told you last time, let's stop for the time being. That guy hid his strength too well. I didn't expect his cultivation to be so powerful. Actually, I'm sure you've seen it too. He's made many contributions in the Tao Cultivator War. If you act rashly, you'll disrupt Master's plan. I've always wanted to send you a message talisman about this. However, this is a serious matter. It's better to tell you personally. Fellow Hu Guanfu you're talking about. Xiao Hua's heart trembled. He seemed to have sensed something and asked deliberately. Hu Guanfu looked at him strangely. He smiled and transmitted his voice. Of course it's about the Foundation establishment disciple of your Imperial Thunder sect, Xiao Hua. So you've already forgotten about him. Ah, that's good too. I don't want to alert the enemy. So it's because of this guy. Xiao Hua understood at once. He had thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. Today he actually got the answer he never expected. Chapter 2573. Up until his death, Marshal Kuan did not tell Xiao Hua why he was so ruthless towards Xiao Hua. Marshal Kuan did not even mention anything about Kun Fian. However, from Guanju's mouth, Xiao Hua had already heard it clearly. It was definitely this fellow who had informed Marshal Kuan and wanted Marshal Kuan to kill him or snatch the incomplete Grand Universe shifting token from his hands. Xiao Hua could even feel from Hu Guanju's mouth that it was not necessarily immortal Jingru who had instructed Marshal Kuan to kill him, but Hu Guanju, who always liked to take credit from immortal Jingru, had asked Marshal Kuan to kill him. Xiao Hua could even vaguely guess that the person who had intercepted and killed the thunder-controlling sect disciples after the Feather Immortal Gathering was probably Hu Guanju. Humph! A hint of coldness flashed through the eyes of Xiao Hua, who had always been ruthless to his enemies. He forcefully suppressed his desire to kill Hu Guan'ai and then pretended as if nothing had happened. He nodded and said, "This Kuan understands. Yes, Master has already instructed us not to interfere in this matter. He has his own ways." Hu Guanshan didn't notice anything at all and instructed. "I understand." Xiao Hua asked again, "When will your master arrive? Now that we have reached the critical point of the war, I feel that the cultivators of my sect will suffer a great loss. We need the nascent soul masters to come to Sentry City as soon as possible." Huh? Hu Guanju raised his eyebrows and a trace of imperceptible surprise flashed across his eyes. He smiled and said, "My master is ready. He will immediately rush to Sentry City as soon as the sect leader gives the order. At that time, fellow Taoist Kuan will have the chance to meet my master and have him guide you on your refining skills." Yes. Xiao Hua said with a smile, "This Kuan admires your master's artifact refining skills. If this Kuan can obtain some pointers from him, this Kuan will definitely benefit greatly." Well said. Hu Guanju glanced at the emissary and opened his mouth slightly as if he was transmitting his voice. The emissary nodded, but his face was covered in fog. "Let's go, fellow Kuan." Hu Guanju waved his hand and said, "The emissary and I will accompany you back to Sentry City. We will wait outside the city. Take out your storage bag." "All right." Xiao Hua nodded. He flew up and said with a smile, "I, Kuan, will lead the way. Fellow Taoist Kuan, please." The emissary smiled and raised his hand. His figure also flew up and landed on Xiao Hua's right. Hu Guanju also flew up and landed on Xiao Hua's left. "Oh, by the way, fellow Taoist Kuan." As Xiao Hua flew for a while, Hu Guanma suddenly remembered something. He patted his storage bag and said, "Before I left, my master asked me to bring you a magic treasure. It's what you wanted when you went there. It's just that my master hasn't been able to successfully refine it until the beginning of this year. I'll give it to fellow Taoist now." Many thanks to your honorable master." Xiao Hua was happy. He didn't think that he would be able to obtain a transcendent treasure before he left, so how could he not be happy? Still, he said, "That old man is really..." However, before he could finish speaking, he saw Hu Guanqing take out something from his storage bag. It was not a Dharma treasure, but a spirit talisman with extremely powerful dharmic powers. Xiao Hua was very familiar with the magical power fluctuations of this spiritual talisman. Wasn't it the protective spiritual talisman that Li Qingshu had used that day? The hand of nascent soul? This is bad. How did this guy discover this young master's flaw? Seeing this, Xiaohua turned pale with fright. He saw that Hu Guanju had been waiting for this moment. As soon as the hand of nascent soul took out his storage bag, he immediately activated his dermic powers. A hurricane was born from the spirit talisman, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth within 1,000 feet rushed into the spirit talisman. The spirit talisman borrowed the force of the wind and suddenly expanded. In an instant it was several feet in size. Moreover, the hand of nascent soul flashed with brilliance, and a powerful restrictive force appeared spontaneously. Looking at the emissary to Xiaohua's right, he waved his hand and a ray of golden light flew out from his hand. A small palm-sized pagoda flew into the air. The small pagoda's brilliance was unusually dazzling. When the spiritual qi of heaven and earth surged by the hand of nascent soul swept past the small pagoda, half of it was absorbed by the small pagoda. Strands of jade were born from the edges of the small pagoda, and a suction force that was not inferior to the restrictive force of the hand of nascent soul was born from the bottom of the small pagoda. The force rotated and was about to envelop Xiaohua. Xiaohua was shocked and immediately moved. His figure suddenly flashed and almost an afterimage appeared behind him. His figure was as strange as the wind. Hu Guanqing had deliberately distanced himself from him by several feet, but in the blink of an eye he was already closing in on him. Wu. Seeing that he was getting closer, Xiaohua raised his hand, took out the wishful staff, and swung it at Hu Guanqing's head. Xiaohua's wind escape was too fast. Although Hu Guanqing made the first move, Xiaohua arrived first. Before Hu Guanqing's hand of nascent soul could move, the wishful staff was already in front of Hu Guanqing's eyes. Hu Guanqing had no choice but to activate the talisman with one hand and slap his forehead with the other. A dazzling sword light flew out and met Xiaohua's wishful staff head-on. With a cracking sound, the flying sword was hit by the wishful staff, and a crack appeared on the flying sword. Hu Guanqing's face flushed red. His figure quickly retreated. He wanted to escape from Xiaohua's wishful staff. Attack! Xiaohua shouted. Instead of advancing, he retreated and flew toward the emissary who had taken out his magic treasure. What is he doing? Hu Guanqing was slightly taken aback, but his heart still relaxed. He hurriedly activated the hand of nascent soul. However, just as Xiaohua turned to attack the emissary, two green and red flying swords flew out of Xiaohua's mouth. One in front and one behind, they chased each other and pierced toward Hu Guanqing with incomparable speed. Flying swords? Hu Guanqing didn't have time to retrieve his flying swords. When he saw Xiaohua attack with flying swords, he couldn't help but be taken aback. But when he saw the two flying swords piercing toward him at an unimaginable speed, Hu Guanqing was scared out of his wits. Dodge! Hu Guanqing only had this thought in his mind. He didn't even have time to activate the talisman. However, the distance between him and Xiaohua was too close, and the flying speed of the Dream Executioner and the Mountain Splitter was too fast. In addition, the strength of the two flying swords was too great. Just as the thought of dodging arose in Hu Guanqing's mind, the two swords had already pierced his body. With a pu, the Dream Executioner was the first to strike. Hu Guanqing's protective golden light flashed and was pierced through by the Dream Executioner. Wu. With a flash of brilliance, the Dream Executioner was blocked by Hu Guanqing's protective magic treasure. Although the huge impact made Hu Guanqing feel incomparable pain, the Dream Executioner was blocked in the end. Immediately after, the second sword light arrived. The power of the Mountain Splitter increased by a lot under the Dream Executioner's cooperation. The flashing protective magic treasure only resisted for a few breaths of time before the light was extinguished and the Mountain Splitter pierced through. Pooh! With a muffled sound, the Mountain Splitter pierced through Hu Guanqing's chest and came out from his back. Hu Guanqing, an early golden core cultivator, was so easily killed by Xiaohua. The swollen nascent soul hand fell along with Hu Guanqing's corpse. Like a deflated bubble, it rapidly shrank and finally turned into a talisman that fell beside the corpse. Xiaohua turned around and attacked the envoy. He didn't even check on Hu Guanqing. Since he attacked, he absolutely couldn't let the envoy escape, even if he was the Marshal Kuan. Who would have thought that the thing that made Xiaohua's soul fly out of his body would happen? Seeing Xiaohua raise the wishful staff, the enchanting envoy's eyes suddenly widened. A brilliant brilliance flashed through his eyes. Then he cried out in extreme shock, Who are you? You actually know the transfiguration technique? As he spoke, the shocked envoy waved his hand. The small pagoda quickly fell and his figure strangely floated up. Xiaohua's speed was extremely fast, but the envoy's small pagoda had already been raised and blocked in front of the wishful staff. The suction force of the small pagoda was amazing. Xiaohua's body shook continuously, and the brilliance of his protective body flashed. But when the wishful staff hit the suction force, the small pagoda flew out. At this time the envoy's figure was like smoke and also like a ghost. He only flashed a few times in the air and chased after the small pagoda. He grabbed the small pagoda in his hand and then without looking back, a trace of green smoke appeared around his body, and his whole figure disappeared. Where do you think you're going? Xiaohua turned pale with fright. This was the first time he had seen such a strange flying technique. Moreover, this emissary had actually seen through his disguise technique with a single sentence. How could this not surprise him? How could he let the envoy escape? Xiaohua yelled, his figure flashed, and a stick hit the place where the emissary disappeared. Unfortunately, the stick hit empty air and not even a hair of the envoy was hit. Xiaohua was anxious. His figure also flashed and disappeared as if he was chasing after the envoy. However, in a moment Xiaohua's figure appeared one zhang away, and his face was full of confusion and anxiety. Who is this envoy? He actually has such a powerful flying technique. Xiaohua was really anxious. If I had known this earlier, I would have killed this person first. Or at least not reveal any trace of the wishful staff. However, now that things had come to this, where was there a special medicine for regret? Even if Xiaohua opened his illusion breaker eyes and looked around, he still could not find the whereabouts of the envoy. Humph. Xiaohua snorted coldly and his heart was still unwilling. He felt that his illusion breaker eyes should be able to see where the envoy fled, but he did not know how to check. Even if you know that I am pretending to be Marshal Kuan, so what? You don't know who I am. Xiaohua said coldly. This envoy did not go to the Dao Sword battlefield to help but ran here. There must be something shameful. This so-called alliance leader was probably something that couldn't be seen in public. I am not even afraid of a nascent soul cultivator, so why would I be afraid of some bullshit alliance leader? Thinking, Xiaohua flew back to the place where he had killed Hu Guanmu. With a wave of his hand, the intact nascent soul hand talisman fell into his hand. Xiaohua looked at it and carefully stored it in his space. Damn it, could it be that the emissary really left? Xiaohua actually made a feint and returned here again to see if the emissary was hiding somewhere and not escaping at that time. Seeing that there was nothing wrong, Xiaohua was helpless and could only resentfully fly up again. After more than half a day, a faint figure appeared beside a low-lying mountain rock a few miles away from here. It was the emissary who had disappeared. However, at this time, a trace of horror appeared on the emissary's pale face. I really didn't expect this. This guy actually knows the transfiguration technique. Moreover, the thing in his hand seems to be a demonic artifact. This demonic artifact is different from ordinary demonic artifacts. It can actually send the demon subduing pagoda flying. Who is he? However, since he can kill Marshal Kuan, he must have some grudges with the thunder-controlling sect. He might even have a grudge with a Dao sect cultivator. The emissary's eyes turned. Yes, he used a sword cultivator's secret technique to kill Hu Guanmu. But his flying sword seems to be different from a sword cultivator's. Maybe he's a bird cultivator? Or a beast cultivator? It seems that only Huan country swordsmen are active in the vicinity of the sword catacomb. This guy is undoubtedly a swordsman. The emissary was still in a state of shock. Seeing that there was no more movement nearby, he quietly flew up, still thinking to himself. But as he flew, his body suddenly shook again as if he had thought of something. That's not right. This guy is a swordsman. Why is he waiting here alone for Hu Guanmu? Why does he need so many of Hu Guanmu's refining materials? The most inconceivable thing is that when I saw this guy, I already used my divine sense to investigate him. He is undoubtedly a Tao sect cultivator. When did the transfiguration technique reach such a miraculous level? Who on earth is this guy? The emissary was really scratching his head. This won't do. Such a strange cultivator, no matter if he's a cultivator or a sword cultivator, will be detrimental to my heavenly devil sect and my sect master. Chapter 2575. I've already told him to come and be my heavenly demon sect's vice sect leader. I can also send my disciples to help him. Well, I have to find a way to hide my connection with him. Oh right, what's the name of the disciple who sent the elixir to Xiaohua? I can't let him live a moment longer. This guy only knows how to flaunt his superiority and fight alone. How could he know how wonderful it is to have the heavenly demon sect as his backing? I don't have to do it myself. Naturally, my subordinates will deliver the Taiching sect's wine. Xiaohua wants to drink it, but can he drink it? Alas, I don't know how Yutong is doing. I don't know if the words I taught her could deceive those swords. However, even if she couldn't deceive them, they wouldn't do anything out of line to her, right? Speaking of which, it's strange. Where did Zhang Yuhe go? She's really dead and nowhere to be seen. It's very strange. Just when Zhang Qingxiao was both intoxicated and worried, she suddenly felt a jolt in her heart. She looked up and saw that not far ahead, a scarlet mist flashed, and a messaging charm appeared outside the light shield. But Zhang Qingxiao snapped her fingers and a small crack appeared on the light shield. The message talisman rushed in through the crack and naturally a few strands of the yellow dust in the sky also seeped in. Zhang Qingxiao's divine sense entered the message talisman and looked at it. A strange look appeared on her face. She snorted coldly and waved her hand. The message talisman flew out again. Humph, the great vice sect leader Yin of the heavenly demon sect is coming. He's really arrogant. He didn't even write anything on the message talisman, only the word Yin. Damn it, it seems that he really thinks he's the first vice sect leader of the heavenly demon sect. Zhang Qingxiao sneered and waved her hand to destroy the spirit wine that had fallen into the yellow dust. However, just as her fingers touched the wine cup, she stopped and a smile appeared on her face. After a while, a faint black shadow appeared in the yellow dust. The shape of the shadow couldn't be seen. It looked like a human figure but also like a floating mist. When the shadow got closer, the figure was revealed. "I vice sect leader Yin." Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly got up and waved her hand, as if she was lifting up a curtain, parting the brilliance of the bright scenic bell. Please come in, please come in." It had only been 10 months since they last met, but the vice sect master's invisibility technique had improved by leaps and bounds. Fortunately, it's noon right now. If it was dusk or night, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to see it. Yin Meng's lips curled into a proud smile. She didn't care about the brilliance of the bright scenic bell at all. Then she went in without hesitation. It was as if he didn't care that he had entered the range of Zhang Qingxiao's magical weapon. Zhang Qingxiao understood that it was not because Yin Meng was not worried about her, but because Yin Meng was extremely confident in his own cultivation, and was not afraid that Zhang Qingxiao would do anything to him. Yin Meng stood on the silk carpet and glanced around with a smile. Sect leader Zhang really knows how to enjoy life. Tasting the sweet bamboo liquid in this Lian country filled with yellow soil really makes this old man envious. This old man is troubled by the trivial matters of Tiangang sect every day. I really want to learn from sect master Zhang and steal half a day of leisure. Zhang Qingxiao wasn't angry because Yin Meng didn't call her Lord Sect Master, and only called her sect leader Zhang. Instead, she was extremely polite. She cupped her hands and said, "How can this Zhang be qualified? It's only because of some Yin Zhe that I can become the sect leader of Heavenly Demon Sect." When it comes to talent and governance, how can I compare to Vice Sect Leader Yin? As for the cultivation of demonic arts, don't even mention it. My Heavenly Demon 13 sect still has to rely on Vice Sect Leader Yin, this kind of person with outstanding talent. Especially Vice Sect Leader Yin, who is the first Vice Sect Leader of Heavenly Demon Sect. All of the sect's affairs, no matter how big or small, Rely on Vice Sect Leader Yin's participation. The capable do more work, it doesn't matter. Yin Meng sat down unceremoniously and Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly waved his hand and said, "This sect leader has just fallen. If Vice Sect Leader Yin doesn't mind, please drink a few cups, how about it?" "Ah, thank you Sect Leader Zhang." To be able to make Sect Leader Zhang personally pour wine, this heavenly demon sect. This old man is the first. He laughed sinisterly and made a grabbing motion with his hand. 5 wisps of faint black mist flew out from his fingertips, grabbing the spirit wine from the wine cups. He opened his mouth and the scarlet liquid fell into his mouth. Phew! After the wine entered his stomach, Yin Meng let out a long breath and praised, "Sure enough, it's Taiching Sect's famous sweet bamboo liquid. It really lives up to its reputation. If Vice Sect Leader Yin likes it, you can drink a few more cups." Zhang Qingxiao reached out and personally raised the wine cup, poured wine for Yin Meng and said, "This sect leader only has this little hobby. I didn't expect Vice Sect Leader Yin to like it too. Who wouldn't like such a good wine?" Yin Meng rolled his eyes at Zhang Qingxiao and said, "However, if you want to drink such good wine often, there must be a price." Yes, Zhang Qingxiao pretended not to know what Yin Meng said and raised his thumb and said, "It turns out that Vice Sect Leader Yin is also an expert in this field. This sect leader came here to drink the sweet bamboo liquid because this spirit wine is brewed from the pure earth attribute sweet bamboo fruit. It can only be drunk in a place with extremely rich earth attribute spirit chi of heaven and earth to taste its best taste." Oh. Obviously Yin Meng didn't know this story, but he also raised his eyebrows and said, "So Sect Leader Zhang also knows about it." The sect leader just found out. Zhang Qingxiao smiled wholeheartedly, and it seemed that he didn't change his attitude because of Yin Meng's attitude. Yin Meng poured a few more cups and Zhang Qingxiao also accompanied at the same time. After a long while he asked tentatively, "By the way, Vice Sect Leader Yin came here from afar. What's the matter?" "It's not a big matter. He just wanted to ask about the establishment of the Heavenly Demon Sect." Yin Meng seemed to be asking a junior. "Oh, this matter is a big matter of my Heavenly Demon Sect." Zhang Qingxiao smiled and said, "Although my Heavenly Demon Sect has been established long ago, and even has some influence on the Dawn Rain continent, it's not completely open yet. Under the planning of the various Vice Sect leaders, especially Vice Sect Leader Yin, our sect leader has already made arrangements according to the previous discussion. All the preparations have been completed, and it can be said that everything is ready except for the east wind." Good. When the nascent soul cultivators from the 3 cultivation countries go to the Sky Patrol City, my Heavenly Demon Sect will be established when they don't care. When the battle between the Tao cultivators is over, my Heavenly Demon Sect will also have a firm foothold. What can the dozens of Tao sects do to my Heavenly Demon Sect? Yin Meng said proudly. Zhang Qingxiao's face showed a trace of hesitation, and there was a trace of fear as he said in a low voice, "Actually, Vice Sect Leader Yin, this sect leader feels that the current situation of my Heavenly Demon Sect is already very good. The number of disciples is slowly increasing, and the influence of the 13 demon sects is also gradually expanding. There's no need for us to establish a sect right away. It won't be too late to establish a sect after our strength is consolidated, and when we can completely resist the Tao sect, right? If those nascent soul cultivators send their disciples to annihilate us, this sect leader is afraid that the good situation from before will be gone forever." What do you know? Yin Meng sneered, "This is the best time for my Heavenly Demon Sect to establish a sect. The Tao sect has placed their focus on the sword cultivators, and they don't have the strength to take care of my demon sect. The sword Tao battle? You don't have to worry. As the saying goes, to kill 1,000 enemies, you lose 800 of your own men. When those Tao sect cultivators extricate themselves from the sword Tao battle, their strength will be almost depleted. How will they have the energy to attack my demon sect? Once my demon sect stands out in the Dawn Rain mainland, the number of disciples joining my demon sect will be 100 or 1,000 times more than before. The 13 demon sects will soon become an existence comparable to the 13 cultivation sects. When that time comes, even if the Tao sects have the strength to annihilate us, will they still dare to do so? Will they still dare to start a Taoist demon war? Yes, this sect leader is not very proficient in these things." Zhang Qingshao smiled awkwardly and said, even thinking about it gives me a headache. The demons of the demon realm are not good at these things. Yes, this old man knows this. That's why I really lowered myself to help you. Yin Meng nodded and pointed to the west, saying mysteriously, this old man received some fragmentary information. Chapter 2576. I'll send Vice Sect Leader Yin off. Zhang Qingshao respectfully opened the bright scenic bell's light screen and said with a smile. No need. Yin Meng waved his hand and said, with such yellow dust, I still have to use my invisibility technique. I'm afraid you won't be able to catch up. Oh, that's right. Then I'll send Vice Sect Leader off with my eyes. Zhang Qingshao suddenly understood and slapped his own forehead with a smile. Zhang Qingshao waited for Yin Meng to turn into a wisp of smoke and fly away in a seemingly slow but swift manner. She then closed the light screen of the bright scenic bell. The corners of her mouth curled into a cold smile as a trace of viciousness surfaced in her eyes. With a wave of her hand, a bright red flame flashed. Not only were the jade cups and wine bottles used by Yin Meng turned into dust, even the jade table and silk blanket were turned into dust. Zhang Qingshao took out another silk blanket and wine bottle and sat down again. Yin Meng, that old bastard bullied me too much. Zhang Qingshao swore inwardly, but then he laughed again. It was a very carefree laugh. Isn't this what I want? In this world, people without strength can only be looked down upon by others. They can only be humiliated by others and feel unreconciled. But am I that kind of person? Didn't you see that my junior brother could casually kill a middle-stage golden core cultivator? He even used the face of a middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator to fool around in the Imperial Thunder Sect. Since he dared to kill Marshal Kuan, he naturally dared to kill Qian Emo naturally. Damn it, that Tu Hong wouldn't be here to kill, right? Xiaohua killed so many famous cultivators, but he still calmly stayed among the cultivators and no one suspected him. Wasn't he just relying on his cultivation to cover up? I can easily kill Yin Meng, but what about the people behind him? That bullshit Vice Alliance leader Luo and those Devil Sect people who are coming, and there seems to be a lot more. How can I kill them all at once? Forget it, a real man knows when to yield and when not. I still let Yin Meng look down on me. So what? Zhang Qingshao reached out and picked up a cup of sweet bamboo liquor and laughed. Aren't you all still being played by me in the palm of my hand? Other than me and senior sister, who else knows that Xiaohua is my junior brother? Other than Zhang Zhihao, even Vice Alliance leader Luo himself doesn't know that it's just my clone. Ah, what a joke. Zhang Qingshao laughed heartily for a moment, and then his expression calmed down again. Even though it was extremely rare for him to reveal his inner thoughts like this, if Yin Meng hadn't mentioned Zhang Yutong just now, how could he have had such an opportunity? The yellow dust outside the light barrier was still the same. Even when night fell, not only did it show no signs of stopping, it even began to wreak havoc, dyeing the horizon yellow. Originally, one could still see the desolation of blood, but now, it had turned into an earthy yellow color, giving off a very filthy feeling. Forget it. Zhang Qingshao waved her hand and stood up. She sighed. In the bleak dusk, the sunset always makes people nostalgic. Unfortunately, it's Yutong's favorite. When she was here, even the heavens took care of her. Today I came here to watch the sunset and wanted to feel it. Who knew that not only would Yin Meng disturb me, even the heavens wouldn't give me face. Just as Zhang Qingshao stood up, a scarlet communication talisman landed in front of him. Zhang Qingshao impatiently reached out and took the communication talisman. After looking at it for a moment, his expression turned serious. He raised his head and pondered for a moment. Then with a tap of his hand, the communication talisman flew away. Then Zhang Qingshao stood there straight and looked to the west with his hands clasped behind his back. In that earthy yellow area, half a hazy setting sun slowly set. Disciple greets sect master. A similarly faint black fog drifted over from the yellow dust. When it landed on the ground, the black fog didn't hesitate to kneel on the ground, revealing a humble figure. In his hand was a pitch-black magic slip and he held it above his head with both hands. This humble one has a jade slip for Lord. This humble one didn't dare to delay and specially sent it over. Zhang Qingshao was slightly taken aback. With a wave of his hand, the magic slip fell into his hand. However, he didn't care about it. He glanced at it briefly and threw it on the jade table beside him. Then he looked at the disciple kneeling on the ground and snorted coldly. He asked, "Humph, how is the situation with the establishment of my demonic 13 sects? Why aren't you properly taking care of things in the country of Shi? Why did you come to the country of Lian for an insignificant jade slip?" "Yes, sect master understands." That disciple lowered his head and didn't dare to raise it. He carefully said, "The three aristocratic families in the country of Shi, Huai Xian's Fan family and Fan Qiu's Zhao family have long been under our control. Now we only need to change their recruitment. As for Jia Ran's Zhao family, we have already arranged disciples nearby. As long as sect master gives the order, this humble one's disciples can quickly control Jia Ran's Zhao family. These three families are in the shape of the character. They can be the foundation of our demonic 13 sects in the country of Shi." "Good. You all have contributed greatly to the establishment of the demonic 13 sects." Zhang Qingshao nodded. "What about the country of Meng?" According to sect master's arrangement, the foundation of the three aristocratic families, Qian City's Ming family, Mo City's Qi family, and Yi City's Qian family, will be the foundation of our demonic 13 sects in the country of Meng. However, other than the Yi City's Qian family, which currently has a 90% chance, the other two families only have a 50% chance. After all, there are other cultivation sects nearby these two families. This humble one is afraid that our demonic 13 sects will make a move. They may not just stand by and watch. You don't have to worry about this." Zhang Qingshao waved his hand. "If they know what's good for them, then let's forget about it. If they dare to make a move, then we'll just eliminate them all." "Yes, this humble one understands," that disciple said again. "The establishment of sects in the country of Lian is much faster than the other two countries. The Qianping Ridge's Huang family, Demonic Cave's Chong family, and Fanyi Mountain's Wang family are all under sect master's control. They can change their sects at any time. This humble one really admires them." "Ha Yin, when did you learn to flatter this sect master?" Zhang Qingshao laughed out loud. "These three families in the country of Lian were originally the secret hands of our demonic 13 sects. They were cultivated decades ago. If this sect master couldn't control them now, how could he dare to establish the demonic 13 sects? This humble one admires sect master for this." The disciple named Yi Yin said respectfully. "The demonic 13 sects were established by sect master single-handedly. Moreover, it started decades ago. It's only now that you've revealed your ferocious side. If it were this humble one, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to hold back 20 years ago. Haha, do you think I didn't want to establish a sect earlier?" Zhang Qingshao laughed and scolded. "In the past my strength wasn't enough. Now that I have the 13 deputy sect masters, I have the courage to speak. If it weren't for you, I would still be holding back. I wouldn't dare. We all relied on sect master's talent." Yi Yin said hurriedly. "If it weren't for sect master, how could we have today's status and achievements? How could we have a firm foothold in front of the Dao sect cultivators? Moreover, we have to rely on sect master to stand up to them in the future. We really can't do anything." Haha, Zhang Qingshao enjoyed it in her heart, and the corners of her mouth curled into a slight smile. "Ever since this humble one entered the demonic 13 sects, I've treated the demonic 13 sects as my home. It's a place where this humble one can shelter from the wind and rain in the future." Yin still didn't dare to look up as he said humbly, "Moreover, sect master's great talent and bold vision has left this humble one in awe. To be honest, this humble one has considered the future development of the demonic 13 sects. But this humble one really didn't expect that sect master would establish a sect in the three cultivation countries at once. This way our demonic 13 sects will become a colossus. This humble one's thoughts are really insignificant compared to sect masters." "Ah, I'm afraid you don't understand, right?" Zhang Qingshao said with a smile. "Sect master is really godly." Yi Yin raised his head at this moment. His fair and clear face revealed a shrewd look, and his eyes flashed with admiration. No one would associate him with a demonic cultivator. This humble one has never dared to ask, afraid that it would disturb sect master's train of thought. Now that everything is ready, please enlighten me, Sect Master. We were talking about forbearance just now. You're really forbearing. Speak, you're the second deputy sect master of the demonic 13 sects. This sect has nothing to hide from you, Zhang Qingxiao said with a nod. Actually, there's nothing too suspicious. This humble one just feels that although our demonic 13 sects have a lot of people, the cultivation of our disciples is still shallow and can't be compared to those cultivation sects. Even if we establish a sect, it's best to find a slightly remote place that's easy to defend and hard to attack. We don't even want to be discovered by them. Yi Yin smiled apologetically. Moreover, Sect Master has established 3 bases in each of the 3 cultivation countries at once. Isn't this just dividing the power of our demonic 13 sects? Each base will only have 30% of our power. Moreover, the development of the 3 demonic 13 sects will definitely be different. Which demonic 13 sect is the real demonic 13 sect? Aha, Zhang Qingxiao laughed. He knew in his heart that Yi Yin might not be ignorant. However, he still asked this question. On one hand, it was to express his respect for him, which showed that he was really humble. On the other hand, it was also to express his unswerving loyalty to the demonic 13 sect and his concern for its development. In the face of Zhang Qingxiao's laughter, Yi Yin's expression was normal, as if he was really asking for advice. Yi Yin, didn't you say so yourself? The cultivation of our demonic 13 sects disciples is generally shallow and the newly recruited disciples are all useless. It's not suitable for us to go against the cultivation sects directly. In that case, 100,000 people and 30,000 people are all the same in the eyes of the cultivation sects. Since that's the case, why don't we divide the 100,000 people into 3 groups? We can directly divert the attention of the Dao sect's cultivators. Moreover, in this way our demonic 13 sect, which originally had 1 base, will now have 3 bases. Won't our reputation be even greater? Moreover, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Our demonic 13 sect has 3 bases all of a sudden. How would they know which one is the real demonic 13 sect? Although the 3 cultivation countries are all Dao sects, they are not one country or sect. If they want to deal with our demonic 13 sect, they will definitely have to join forces. There will also be dirty tricks involved. Isn't this a good thing for our demonic 13 sect? However, even if he really went to the sword tomb, it might not be easy to find Xiaohua at this time. Because Xiaohua had already gone deep into the sword tomb following the instructions of the magic bamboo slip. At the periphery of the sword tomb, there was an endless stretch of purple jasmine flowers. Even for a male cultivator like Xiaohua, when he looked at it, his eyes were filled with gorgeous purple. He couldn't help but be intoxicated. Not to mention women like formless sword Guyu, they also saw the purple that spread between heaven and earth as the most beautiful scene in the sword tomb. However, the sword tomb, which was known as one of the 10 most dangerous places in the country of Xi, had shed its gorgeous outer layer and revealed its sinister side in front of Xiaohua. As Xiaohua went deeper, the purple jasmine flowers gradually became sparse. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of blood-red vegetation. This vegetation had already existed when the purple jasmine flowers were still flourishing. However, it was stuck to the ground and was covered by the purple. Now that the pure purple had become thinner, this blood-red color was revealed. Moreover, the weather inside the sword tomb was different from the outside. Gradually, the dark clouds above Xiaohua's head became thicker and the wind became more bitingly cold. If the winter's cold wind was said to be as cold as a knife to the people of the secular world, then the cold wind inside the sword tomb was really like a knife. Not to mention the bone-piercing cold. The wind blades that often rolled up in the wind also slightly stirred up the light protecting Xiaohua's body. Sometimes the light even faintly flickered, forcing Xiaohua to constantly urge his magic power. The strangest thing was, from time to time, a few bean-sized raindrops would also drip down. Under this kind of cold weather, these raindrops didn't condense. Instead, each raindrop contained an extremely strong force and was even somewhat sharp. Every time it hit Xiaohua's body, it was like a small flying sword attacking him. Damn it, that Yu Tong is really determined to kill me. The more Xiaohua flew in, the more alarmed he became. This strange phenomenon in the sword tomb must be caused by the remnant sword intent. Those hundreds of thousands, millions of battle spirits would also add fuel to the fire. Under this kind of extreme situation, this young master was only an early foundation establishment cultivator at that time. How could he resist? I'm afraid that before I reached this place, I would have already been buried under the purple jasmine flowers. But Yutong, he was only a 10th layer qi refining brat at that time. Why did he come here? Or what is the Huanhua sect doing here? Xiaohua muttered again. Didn't Zhong Haoren say it? These 2 years we met many cultivation families, but we didn't see many Huanhua sect disciples. Then why did Yun Guichong and the others suddenly come here? Didn't they participate in the war? Huanhua sect, Huanhua sect. This young master sincerely wanted to enter the Huanhua sect that day, but not only was this Yutong's senior meddling, he was also threatened in the main hall. Since this young master came here today, I want to see what kind of tricks you were playing that day. Xiaohua originally resented Yutong's insidiousness, but when he thought about how dangerous this place was, and how Yutong was only 100% qi refining cultivator at that time, and now he was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. He might not even be able to reach the middle stage of foundation establishment. Back then he needed someone to protect him when he went to the sword tomb, so he definitely wouldn't go deep into this place. Thus his thoughts of looking for Yutong faded. Hua, a huge sound of water splashing could be heard in the air. The raindrops that were just drizzling a moment ago suddenly became bigger, sprinkling down like a torrential downpour. The protective brilliance around Xiaohua's body flickered. It's a bit strange. Xiaohua hurriedly urged his magic power to maintain the protective brilliance. While he raised his head to look at the already pitch-black night sky, he couldn't see the slightest bit of starlight. He thought very strangely, this sword tomb's rainstorm, doesn't it have thunder? It seems that ever since this young master entered the sword tomb, I haven't heard the sound of thunder. Thinking this, Xiaohua pricked up his ears. Sure enough, his ears were filled with the sound of raindrops falling. There wasn't the slightest bit of sonorous thunder. The world is so big that nothing is too strange. Xiaohua laughed inwardly. Today my horizons have been broadened again. After flying for a while, the entire sword tomb was pitch black. The rainwater that was like the Milky Way hanging upside down was like the flying sword of a swordsman, attacking Xiaohua from top to bottom all the time. Xiaohua gradually felt impatient. As a result, Xiaohua took out the jade slip again. His divine sense was just about to enter it to check when suddenly, Xiaohua felt that within a few dozen feet to his left, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly transformed, and a burst of intense sword qi was born from all around. Who? Xiaohua coldly shouted, his Buddhist sense sweeping over, but he saw that the surroundings were empty, there wasn't any swordsman's figure. Moreover, at this time the space near Xiaohua's left had a faint feeling of sharpness and gravity. His Buddhist sense was unconsciously obstructed, and was firmly suppressed by that gravity, unable to go very far. Seeing that his Buddhist sense was suppressed, Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. His figure suddenly stopped in midair, his eyes vigilantly sweeping all around. Wung wung, a burst of sword cries rose from the distance, like a swarm of bees, becoming increasingly louder. Not good. It's a remnant sword array. Xiaohua felt a swift and fierce sword intent approaching, and a layer of goosebumps unconsciously appeared on his arms. A kind of vigilance also appeared in his heart, and he immediately understood. As a result, his figure hastily flashed to the side. Xiaohua's ethereal steps was already very mysterious, and at this time, with the addition of the wind evasion, his entire body was like a wisp of smoke, floating without a trace of smoke. In the blink of an eye, he had moved more than one zhang. The instant he dodged, 5 sword lights simultaneously rushed out from a pentagonal area around Xiaohua. Those sword lights were of different colors and they flew straight into the air, stabbing towards the place where Xiaohua was previously standing. Moreover, those sword lights trembled slightly, and along with this strange trembling fluctuation, those sword lights rapidly expanded. By the time they stabbed in front of Xiaohua, it had already become a 5-colored sword screen, flatly covering an area of more than 10 zhang. Although Xiaohua had dodged more than one zhang, that place was still where the sword lights were attacking. What kind of sword array is this? Xiaohua's heart trembled, and without hesitation he waved his hand and took out the wishful steel staff. He waved it casually, protecting his body without a drop of water leaking out. King king king. Like raindrops hitting a boulder, the sound was unceasing. The sword lights were all blocked by the wishful steel staff. Every time the sword light fell on the wishful steel staff, the weight in Xiaohua's hand increased by a little. Not long after, the weight of the wishful steel staff was quite considerable. Isn't the wishful steel staff not known to be in the 5 elements? Xiaohua was a little depressed. How come the influence of the sword array is reduced in this sword array? It seems that the demonic tool is not in the 5 elements. When the wishful steel staff was added to the demonic tool during the refining process, although the weight increased, it was contaminated with the 5 elements. The gains did not make up for the losses. Chapter 2578. However, just as Xiaohua was thinking about how to break this sword formation, the 5-colored sword curtain was suddenly cut off. The entire night sky was only left with the sound of dripping rain. The buzzing sound of the sword had completely disappeared, as if it had never appeared at all. Xiaohua let out a long sigh. He held the wishful staff in his hand and stood hesitantly in the air. The sword formation had appeared and disappeared suddenly. Moreover, the power of the sword formation was very fierce. It seemed to be more mysterious than the 7-star sword formation that he could set up. If this sword formation had not suddenly disappeared, he was afraid that he would have to spend more effort to break it. Since he had just entered the center of the sword tomb and encountered such a powerful sword formation, then, there were probably more broken sword formations inside. The sword formations must be even more powerful. Was it necessary for him to continue moving forward? At this moment, the distant sword tomb stretched out. Suddenly, a strong silver-white brilliance flashed. It was very obvious in this pitch-black darkness. This silver brilliance was like a flying dragon, but also like a fierce tiger. It circled in the distance and rushed into the sky. It rapidly fell down, and when the distance disappeared into the night, a roaring sound like a dragon and a leaping tiger passed into Xiaohua's ears. This hissing sound was like a stone that had been thrown into the lake. With a splash, the stone disappeared, but the ripples on the surface of the lake continued to ripple. They slowly rippled across the entire surface of the lake, and didn't calm down for a long time. The hissing sound quickly disappeared. However, following that, wung wung wung, sorrowful sword cries were attracted by the hissing sound. One after another, they appeared in the distance and rushed towards the surroundings of the sword tomb as if they were spreading. The area where Xiaohua was at was naturally affected as well. Low and high sword cries rose and fell one after another. Even the area where the sword formation was located at the 5 stars also let out a dull hiss at the same time. Rumble. Within the Buddhist flames, Punisher Dream and Mountain Splitter were actually attracted by the sword hum as well. Within the Buddhist flames they were itching to give it a try. Even the 7 sword orbs that hadn't been nurtured before seemed to be jumping about. Xiaohua's primordial spirit, which was in the Dream Executioner's primordial spirit, suddenly jumped. Sorrow, longing, competitiveness, and unyielding emotions filled his primordial spirit. He even had the impulse to charge into the sword cry. Xiaohua's heart stirred. His flying sword had been nurtured for a long time, but it hadn't produced sword intent for a long time. Now that his primordial spirit had such a perception, wasn't it the best opportunity? Almost without thinking, Xiaohua opened his mouth and Dream Executioner and Mountain Splitter flew out. Wung, wung, 2 lively sword cries rushed into the night sky, echoing with the other sword cries. At the same time, a feeling of carefreeness, freedom and responsibility filled Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua immediately tossed that trace of hesitation to the back of his mind. The Tao of the flying sword is precisely about moving forward courageously, becoming stronger when faced with danger. If one is overcautious and hesitant, how can one become a supreme flying sword? This young master has known about this path for a long time. However, whenever I encounter danger I feel a bit fearful. I have to think about how to avoid it. How can I become a flying sword? Forget it, forget it, forget it. No matter how powerful this sword tomb is, This young master still has to take a look. Otherwise, how can I face Senior Li Xiubai? Wang Xiaohua's heroic spirit soared to the sky. The seal also emitted an extremely powerful restrictive force and rushed towards the array. Rumble, an earth-shaking rumble rang out. The seal of ocean overturning seal collided with the sealing power of the formation, causing the space several kilometers in front of Xiaohua to tremble. Xiaohua's figure also swayed twice amidst the tremors. The enormous force pressed him down by more than 10 feet. Roar! The coiling dragon of the seal of turning the sea let out a mournful cry. As Xiaohua's magic power was slightly exhausted, the dragon's body flashed and was about to land on the seal of turning the sea. Rise! Although Xiaohua was shocked that the array covered such a large area, he was even more delighted by the might of his seal of turning the sea. He roared again and urged his magic power. The coiling dragon once again charged towards the array, full of vigor. Buzz! A loud sound was heard. The brilliance of the seal of turning the sea slightly paused in midair. It was like a jade pillar holding up the sky that was collapsing. This young master wants to see, even without the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, whether or not the true essence in this young master's meridians can break through this so-called array. Xiaohua coldly snorted. The trace of primordial spirit in his meridians urged the dragonization art. Boundless true essence surged, and his magic power instantly rushed into the seal of turning the sea. Wang, the seal of ocean overturning seal suddenly expanded, and threads of jade began to condense in the surroundings. As the seal of ocean overturning seal flashed, the coiling dragon also gradually grew longer. Then the entire seal of ocean overturning seal seemed to be supported by a giant. It was both slow and indestructible as it charged into the array. Bang! The clear sound of water rang out. The array was broken by the seal of turning the sea. All of the restrictive force suddenly disappeared, and the rainwater once again poured down from above. Damn it, this is too anticlimactic. Xiaohua was obviously caught unprepared. The seal of turning the sea whistled and soared into the sky. The earthen yellow brilliance illuminated an area of several tens of zhang. Within this abandoned array, the ground was also covered in scarlet-red vegetation. Now that it was washed by the rain, the brilliance was transparent. However, that scarlet-red color was demonic. Chapter 2579. Xiaohua put away the seal of overturning the sea and flew for more than 10 li. Within the range of the array there were no more changes. I'm afraid I can't rashly move forward anymore. Although Xiaohua's heroic spirit soared to the sky, in the face of the sword cultivators and the array set up by the Taoist sect for tens of thousands of years, he was also anxious in his heart. Let's wait until dawn tomorrow. The rain will stop, then we'll move forward. Thinking of this, Xiaohua looked around and scanned the area with his divine sense. He was about to descend and rest in a low-lying area. However, just as he was about to descend, his left arm suddenly shook. The light protecting his body was hit by a sharp force and instantly collapsed. Even his Taoist robe was torn apart. This is... Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly checked, but he didn't see anything special in the darkness. When Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense, he felt a 1-foot-long scimitar-like existence emitting a strange fluctuation. Space crack. Xiaohua suddenly realized that he had already seen this kind of extremely powerful thing in the netherworld. He didn't expect to encounter it again just as he arrived at the center of the sword tomb. Xiaohua hurriedly opened his delusion breaker Dharma eye. Sure enough, a gray brilliance stopped at his left arm. It was thin like a strand of hair. This sword tomb is too dangerous. Xiaohua couldn't help but groan again. He looked again and again with his Dharma eye before his figure landed. He clapped his hand and took out the rabbit talismans. He separately placed them on the snowfield. When Xiaohua grabbed with his hand and was about to activate the rabbit array, the jade slip in his arms suddenly vibrated and seemed to start to heat up. Huh? Xiaohua was surprised. He stretched out his hand and took out the jade slip. He used a bit of magic power to activate it. The jade slip actually flew out a few feet and flew towards the north of the array 1,000 feet away. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly grabbed with his hand and took out the talismans that were placed on the snowfield. His figure shot forward and followed the jade slip. He saw the jade slip fly to a place a few feet higher than the snowfield. There was also a quan-shaped stone block there. However, these rocks were already damaged and they were covered with scarlet plants. When Xiaohua saw this, he did not hesitate to grab the rock. A layer of silver light appeared on the rock. This silver light was like mercury leaking to the ground, quickly falling from the top of the rock. A palm-sized square cauldron was revealed. However, the cauldron that was revealed this time was not in perfect condition. There were many flaws on its surface. Xiaohua looked at it for a moment, then pointed with his finger. The jade slip once again fell into the small cauldron. With a loud bang, the jade slip transformed into a silver splash within the small cauldron. The splash seemed to have been sprayed into the air, then it transformed into a meteor that flew towards the extreme north. This meteor was extremely fast, seemingly even faster than an ordinary message talisman. While Xiaohua was stunned, the meteor had already crossed over 1,000 feet. Just as Xiaohua was about to urge his imperial thunder travel to chase after the shooting star, he stopped the rumbling of thunder. This jade slip is most likely a messaging talisman. Of course, this young master can catch up, but can an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator catch up? In the end, what kind of medicinal pill is Yu Tong selling in his gourd? Could it be he has no intention of harming this young master? Just a mere message talisman? But why wasn't it a message talisman just now but 2 formations instead? Xiaohua was somewhat unable to understand, but he was not anxious. He hastily bowed and said, "All right, teacher brother knows that this disciple did not receive the notice. This disciple only followed the jade slip that junior brother you gave me and headed to this place." Humph, the old man coldly snorted. "Whether or not you received the notice has nothing to do with this old man. You go and find your junior brother Yu to settle the score. The route of Wu Jiazigui is now covered with broken sword formations and spell formations. There are also many spatial cracks. Do you want this old man to send someone to pick you up? If you want to die, don't drag this old man down." It's now covered. Xiaohua understood. He was shocked. Could it be that the broken sword formations and spell formations can also change? "Senior brother." Xiaohua hastily shouted, "This disciple came here with great difficulty. How do you want this disciple to return? Just now, this disciple was lucky to escape from the sword formation. If not for these raindrops, this disciple would have already died in the sword formation. Where's your junior brother Yu? Which one is he? Why didn't he bring you here?" The old man coldly asked. He did not answer Xiaohua's question. "Junior brother Yu?" "Naturally it's junior brother Yu Tong." Xiaohua blinked his eyes and said probingly, "He has some matters to attend to and let this disciple go first. I'm afraid that he will come later." This disciple. Could it be that this disciple came too late? At this moment the silver mirror faintly flickered. The brilliance was somewhat dim. "Yudong." When the old man heard this, he seemed to be deep in thought. Soon after he smiled and said, "Not late, not late. It's never late." Immediately after, on the mirror, the old man's figure flickered extremely. His voice was also unclear. "Senior brother." Xiaohua was somewhat anxious. Just as he was about to shout, the old man appeared again. "This old man will pass." It was these 3 words that caused the mirror to vanish. However, the silver oval was still visible, but the silver light was also gradually fading away. What does this old man want to pass on? Xiaohua waited until this so-called Wu Jiazigui had been abolished. When the silver light faded away, this place would no longer have anything special. He wanted to find Yu Tong to vent his anger. Even the idea of finding trouble with Huan Huapai would also fall through. "That's right, Yudong?" This old man seemed to have mistaken Yu Tong for Yudong, and he hesitated for a moment. Could it be that there are many people with the surname Yu in the Huanhua sect? Is Yudong Yu Tong's senior brother? Moreover, the sword formations and formations within the sword catacomb can actually change. This is even more unexpected. If it weren't for the old man from the Huanhua sect, I would still be courting death with this useless jade slip in the sword catacomb. But then again, what is the Huanhua sect doing in the sword tomb? Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly as he quickly thought about what he had just seen. Clearly, the Huanhua sect has some tricks up their sleeves in this sword tomb. Moreover, this arrangement had already started long before the Sword Dao battle. This has nothing to do with the Sword Dao battle. Fairy Hongxia is already a disciple in the late stage of Foundation establishment, and seems to be very favored by the sect leader of the Huanhua sect. This young master has never heard her talk about the arrangement of the Huanhua sect in the Sword Tomb. This place must be very secretive. If this young master discovered this secret, would he offend the sect leader of the Huanhua sect? Then, this young master and Fairy Hongxia's dual cultivation will be a problem? What are you thinking? This young master is now Feng Ying. Could it be that the Huanhua sect leader is also in the Sword Tomb? Xiaohua immediately laughed sinisterly. That guy Yunjiang is also here. Chapter 2580. Yes, although Xiaohua is only at the late stage of Foundation establishment, his strength is comparable to the late stage of Gold Core. Even with his strength, he suffered so much in the Sword Tomb. What about others? If they haven't reached the nascent soul realm and don't have the strength to transform into a sword, I'm afraid they can't come and go freely, right? No wonder those Gold Core cultivators in the conference hall didn't have any ideas about the Sword Tomb. This is indeed not a place for people to stay. Presumably, sword cultivators won't do anything here. Xiaohua pointed at the seal of ocean overturning, and a faint earthen yellow radiance protected him. Then he took out the jade slip and carefully looked at it. After that, he scratched his head and flew up with slight hesitation. However, it wasn't long before a few more rays of sword light suddenly appeared. No, this young master went the wrong way again. Xiaohua saw the familiar sword array and immediately realized. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws, wanting to escape. However, it was already too late. The sword lights had already enveloped his body. After searching for more than an hour, Xiaohua finally arrived in front of another pile of stones that formed the word complete. Xiaohua sighed and looked around. I don't know when this young master's road-finding ability will improve. Clearly, this young master can find a path, but this young master has to take a detour. But it feels like flying straight like this is fine, but the actual route is a detour. Forget it, this young master is afraid of this kind of fate. Being able to find this place is already not bad. Immediately, Xiaohua activated the Zigui and threw the jade slip into it. The silver light on the Zigui flashed, but the jade slip didn't fly away. It only quietly floated in the small cauldron. It seemed that only with this jade slip here could the Zigui's silver light spread out like a wave. After the time it takes to finish a meal, a figure appeared in midair in the northwest. It was impossible to see who it was, but when Xiaohua got closer he couldn't help but chuckle. This was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. His hair was grizzled, his face was thin and his chin was sharp. A few strands of sparse but long beard floated above his chin. The cultivator's eyes were sharp and he seemed to be on high alert. He looked Xiaohua up and down from a distance and even looked him over. Xiaohua laughed inwardly, but as soon as he saw who it was, he immediately retracted his Buddhist sense. He absolutely couldn't let this person discover anything unusual. That mesmerized cultivator sized up Xiaohua from head to toe in a somewhat strange manner. Disciple Feng Ying greets. Senior brother. Xiaohua also pretended to hesitate and bowed. Senior brother? That cultivator was a little strange. His body slightly floated back and he asked curiously, which family's disciple are you? Which sect? Xiaohua was just as stunned as that cultivator. This disciple is naturally a disciple of the Huanhua sect. Could it be? Senior brother isn't? That cultivator muttered to himself for a moment, then grabbed the jade slip from the Zigui with his hand. He immersed his divine sense into it and asked in a low voice, who told you to come here? Is this your jade slip? Seeing the cultivator ask so many questions, Xiaohua's heart thumped. His eyes turned slightly and he said with a smile, this disciple was told to come here by senior brother Yudong. This jade slip wasn't given to this disciple by senior brother Yudong. That jade slip was just taken away by a senior brother at Wu Jiazigui. Oh, so it was a disciple recommended by Yudong. Although that cultivator's voice was somewhat distorted through the mesmerizing robe, the relief in his voice was clear. It's no wonder you went to Wujiazigui. That place was already abandoned before the end of the year. If you had arrived a few days later, even if you had the jade slip in your hand, you wouldn't have been able to find this place. However, you actually being able to come here from Wujiazigui greatly exceeded this old man's expectations. Yes, this disciple heard what that senior brother said earlier, and I've been pondering in my heart. However, senior brother, this disciple flew here just like that. Although I encountered some sword formations, they were all broken. Although this disciple was scared out of his wits, they weren't really able to injure this disciple. Is there something wrong? Xiaohua took the initiative to strike first and hurriedly asked, do you want to examine this disciple's command token? Since it was recommended by Yudong, then it's no big deal. The cultivator smiled, then tossed the jade slip to Xiaohua and said, there's no need to examine it. This jade slip is even more useful than a command token. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua's hand that was pretending to reach into his bosom stopped, and he took the jade slip with a flip of his hand. He nodded and said, it seems that senior brother Yudong also said the same thing at that time. The rinsing flower sex command token can only verify one's identity. Can it also raise your realm? The cultivator sneered. You were able to obtain this minor stone command token. That's your luck in this lifetime. Minor stone command token? Xiaohua was somewhat dumbfounded, and he thought to himself, isn't this just a summoning talisman? When did it become a minor stone command token? Minor stone, is it these stones? While thinking, Xiaohua's gaze swept over the pile of stones. At this time, the pile of stones no longer had the silver brilliance, and they were still the same stones as before. That cultivator clearly saw Xiaohua's gaze and seemed to see through Xiaohua's thoughts. He pointed with his hand and said, look at these stones. They're just stubborn stones, but in my hands I can minor stone command token them into gold. You can be considered lucky to actually be acquainted with Yudong. In the future you'll be a golden stone. When your cultivation is successful, you'll have to thank Yudong. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiaohua's heart moved and he bowed and said, this disciple will definitely remember senior brother Yu's kindness in my heart. Alright, follow this old man. The cultivator spoke for a long time, but he didn't mention his own name, nor did he say whether or not he was a disciple of the Huanhua sect. With a wave of his hand, he took the lead and flew towards the place where he came from. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent, and he also roused his spirit. Using the speed of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he slowly chased after that cultivator. Sure enough, after flying for a while with the cultivator, Xiaohua understood why the cultivator didn't encounter sword formations and magic formations, and why he frequently encountered them. That cultivator's flight path wasn't a straight line at all. Sometimes it was curved, sometimes it was bent, and sometimes it was even slanted. It seemed that in this cultivator's eyes, this sword tomb was a maze, and he came and went very freely. At first Xiaohua was still thinking about memorizing the route, but after flying for half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua gave up like before. It was because that cultivator's flight path was extremely irregular, and there wasn't anything nearby that could be used as a reference, so Xiaohua really didn't know how to memorize it. He flew straight for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, and during this time he didn't encounter any magic formations or sword formations. He didn't even come across a single spatial crack, causing Xiaohua to be endlessly envious. When he thought about how he came here from Jiazigui, he couldn't help but blush with shame in his heart. About 10 feet in front of him, there was another pile of stones, and it wasn't any different from before. If it was the same as before, Xiaohua would have definitely flown over, but this old man stopped in midair and didn't move forward. Xiaohua knew that something was wrong, so he cautiously followed behind him, quietly observing the situation. Sure enough, the old man clapped his hand and took out a silvery white triangular object. He slightly activated his magic power, and that object suddenly trembled and flew above the pile of stones. As the object trembled, a trembling intermittent silver light flowed out from the pile of rocks and slowly, almost with some difficulty, submerged the entire pile of rocks. The moment the entire pile of rocks completely turned silver, the area around the pile of rocks in a radius of 10 feet, which was right in front of the old man, boiled like boiling water. The entire space was filled with silver bubbles. These bubbles contained a great amount of power, and the direction of each bubble was different. Xiaohua looked at this unforeseen event with some shock. He knew that if an ordinary cultivator suddenly barged in, just by relying on this strange change, the cultivator's body would be torn to shreds. The boiling water continued for the time it took for half an incense stick to burn before it slowly receded. Once the space became clear again, the old man once again pointed with his hand. The three-rhombus-shaped object from before rose slightly, following which, it transformed into a spear-like brilliance that pierced into a spot a few feet to the left of the rock. Puchi! Xiaohua clearly heard what seemed to be the sound of silk being torn apart. The space was pierced by the spear of light, and an unfathomably deep hole several feet in size appeared on the ground. Damn it, I have to become a spirit-seeking mouse again. Xiaohua sighed. He knew that the secret of the Huanhua sect was hidden under the ground of the sword tomb, so he couldn't help but complain. Of course, Xiaohua knew how to escape through the earth, so the secret of the Huanhua sect being hidden underground was extremely beneficial to him. However, when he thought about how every time he encountered a problem he had to solve it underground, so Xiaohua felt a bit bored. Junior Marshal Brother Feng, please. The old man didn't move. He turned around and raised his hand, indicating for Xiaohua to enter the cave first. All right. Xiaohua knew that the old man was still worried about him, so he didn't hesitate and responded in a low voice. His figure flew to the entrance of the cave and he released a bit of his Buddhist sense before flying into the cave. When Xiaohua's figure entered the cave, the old man looked left and right. His divine sense also swept the area twice before he felt relieved and landed inside the cave. Just as Xiaohua's figure landed inside the cave, a very strange suction force appeared from inside the cave. It was as if the suction force had grown a hand, and it pulled him into the depths of the cave. Xiaohua muttered to himself, but he didn't reject this force. His eyes were filled with silver light, as if this deep cave was formed by the silver brilliance. Xiaohua released his divine sense slightly, and within that silver brilliance, there was actually a sharp point, causing Xiaohua's divine sense to feel a slight pain. Without a doubt, this place is filled with gold attribute heaven and earth spirit qi. This deep cave is also formed by gold attribute heaven and earth spirit qi. Xiaohua thought to himself, and the magic power in his body slightly condensed to deal with any possible accidents. Sure enough, when Xiaohua landed about 10 zhong down, the pulling force actually increased, and the direction also changed as if it wanted to clench a fist. Following that, the surrounding silver light became even more intense, and that kind of sharp cutting force penetrated through the brilliance, directly piercing into Xiaohua's skin. Naturally, Xiaohua's protective golden light was about to be activated. He originally thought that he had passed, but he didn't expect that after being transported to this place he would be exposed by someone. Unconsciously, he became even more suspicious. This inspection is so strict. What secret does this Huanhua sect have? This stone tablet gold really can increase the cultivation of Huanhua sect disciples? Thinking of this, Xiaohua bitterly smiled. Disciple is naturally Feng Ying's. Disciple heard from junior martial brother Yudong that this place can increase disciples' cultivation, so Disciple came here according to his jade slip. Just now, in the sword tomb, when junior martial brother Yudong sent out the jade slip, it didn't come back. This jade slip was. Senior martial brother Yubing sent it to Disciple again. This situation, Disciple already clearly explained it to a senior martial brother dressed in a confused robe. If the two senior martial brothers don't believe me, feel free to ask that senior martial brother. Xiaohua actually had Feng Yi's keepsake in his space, but that was also Feng Yi's, not Feng Ying's. Seeing the two cultivators so strict, Xiaohua didn't dare to rashly take it out. Hearing Xiaohua's reply, the two were clearly somewhat hesitant. They glanced at each other and one of the cultivators coldly said, "Take out your keepsake and take a look." This. Xiaohua was somewhat helpless. His eyes slightly narrowed and he immediately released his Buddhist sense. Who would have thought that the four walls of the small room were ice cold just like ice? His Buddhist sense simply couldn't penetrate and he couldn't see what was outside the small room. He also couldn't determine whether or not the two people he killed wouldn't be discovered by bystanders. Quickly take it out. The other cultivator loudly shouted, and the flying sword in his hand once again extended towards Xiaohua's ribs, already touching Xiaohua's Taoist robe. Here. Xiaohua clapped his hand and Feng Yi's keepsake was taken out. However, Xiaohua was still somewhat hesitant, and unhappily handed it over. You take a look. The cultivator who used the flying sword to threaten Xiaohua's waist ordered the other person. That person extended his hand and was about to take the keepsake from Xiaohua's hand. With a whoop sound, a small door about the height of a person opened behind the cultivator, and a somewhat hoarse voice sounded. Feng Ying, the person who came was the old man dressed in camouflage, but at this moment, the old man had already removed the camouflage and revealed his true appearance. Of course, when he saw the situation inside the small room, his face became somewhat unsightly. I was wondering why this junior Marshall brother Feng didn't come out for a long time. So it was the two junior Marshall brothers who were making things difficult for him. The old man coldly snorted and said, "This Feng Ying was sent by Yu Dong, and at the same time senior Marshall brother Yu Bing also let him go. Why are you guys interrogating him like this? Do you think this old man's interrogation wasn't detailed enough? You want to find clues from Feng Ying's body?" Senior Marshall brother Yu Ping. The face of the cultivator who originally wanted the keepsake also became somewhat unsightly. He retracted his hand and cupped his hands. "This is the duty of us two brothers. Please forgive us, senior Marshall brother. Your duty is naturally yours." Yu Ping coldly said, "But this old man brought him in. If there was a problem, how could this old man not know?" According to this old man's knowledge in these past few years, Yu Dong didn't send many talents here, and he was already scolded by the sect master. Today he sent junior Marshall brother Feng Ying here with great difficulty, and he's even a disciple of the Cleansing Flower sect. You guys are interrogating him like this. Are you dissatisfied with this old man or with senior Marshall brother Yu Bing? Senior Marshall brother Yu Ping? The other disciple glanced at Xiaohua wanting to say something but hesitated, and also put away the flying sword in his hand. What? You have nothing to say? Yu Ping was unwilling to let go. This old man recommended a few disciples 2 years ago, and when they just arrived here they were made difficult by you guys. They couldn't stand it and gave up such a good opportunity to turn stone into gold, turned around and left. Did you guys receive Yu Hua's instructions, and insist on opposing senior Marshall brother Yu Bing? Senior Marshall brother. The two people's faces were unsightly and they transmitted in a low voice. We already said just now this is our duty. Turning stone into gold is an extremely secretive matter, and it's of great importance. Cultivators who aren't closely related to our Yu family absolutely can't participate, and any cultivators with the slightest trace of abnormality can't enter. Senior Marshall brother speaking so much in front of outsiders, aren't you afraid of being punished by Lord Sect Master? Punished? Haven't we been punished enough? Hearing the word punished, the old man became even more furious, but he didn't forget the middle-aged cultivator's reminder and transmitted in a voice transmission. Yu Dong's mouth is clumsy and he hasn't recommended any cultivators here for 2 years. If he still can't complete the task this year, you naturally understand his situation. This disciple is an early foundation establishment disciple of the Cleansing Flower sect, and his cultivation seems to be pretty good. Yu Dong must have spent a lot of effort. Just now he took the initiative to take out his token for this old man to examine, but this old man didn't look carefully. So what if there's something wrong with him? My Yu family's turning stone into gold plan has been going on for more than 10 years, and there hasn't been any problems. What kind of big waves can this little early foundation establishment cultivator cause? Besides, isn't the token in his hand the Cleansing Flower sect? This old man has seen it more than once or twice, can't you see it too? Speaking up to here, the two middle-aged cultivators' gazes involuntarily fell on the token in Xiaohua's hand. Seeing the three suddenly transmitting their voices, Xiaohua's heart jumped, and seeing the three of them looking at the token in his hand, Xiaohua inwardly cried out in alarm. Presumably, senior martial brother Yu Bing also saw through Yu Dong's situation, so he took the initiative to give his stone marking token to Feng Ying. Yu Ping shifted his gaze away from the token in Xiaohua's hand, and transmitted his voice again. This old man will say it here, you can check it as you wish. The matter of Yu Bing and Yu Hua isn't something you and I should get involved in. Previously, you all drove away the disciple this old man chose, and this old man will slowly find an opportunity to settle accounts with you all in the future. This disciple, if you still want to send him back, then do it as soon as possible. Saying this, Yu Ping no longer spoke and turned to leave the room. Senior martial brother Yu Ping. The cultivator on the left said with a smile, this disciple's token is not bad, it's indeed a disciple of the cleansing flower sect, how can this one not let him pass? As for what senior martial brother said just now, it's actually false. This token naturally belongs to the cleansing flower sect, but this person may not be a disciple of the cleansing flower sect. This old man has never guaranteed that he is a disciple of the cleansing flower sect. If you don't check it carefully and something happens, don't drag this old man into it. Yu Ping said with a cold smile, completely ungrateful. Senior martial brother Yu Bing already let him in, what could possibly happen? Chapter 2582. Senior martial brothers, this token. Xiaohua loosened the reins only to grasp them better and raised his token. Put it away. The two cultivators didn't have much coldness on their faces, as if they were really afraid that if Xiaohua turned around, they would offend that Yu Bing. Feng Ying, come with me. Yu Ping coldly snorted, waved his hand and walked out of the room first. Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua hurriedly put away the token, cupped his hands towards the two cultivators and quickly chased after them. This senior martial brother Yu Ping is really something. After the two left, the two cultivators also sat cross-legged on the ground. The one on the left complained, what kind of cultivators did he find before? Two loose cultivators, one chi refinement cultivator with the head of a snake and the eyes of a rat, almost the same as him. They didn't meet the sect master's requirements at all. What's wrong with us blocking them? He, on the other hand, was unconsciously vigilant and even pushed the responsibility to us. What is this? What does the matter of Yu Bing and Yu Hua have to do with us? Forget it, let him be. The other cultivator coldly said, this Feng Ying, it doesn't seem inappropriate. Even if it is inappropriate, so what? There are tens of thousands of cultivators who participate in the Midas touch. Have you ever heard of any of them? He himself is well aware that we didn't check his origin, we only checked his cultivation and aptitude. The cultivator still didn't let it go. He was originally using this as an excuse to stir up trouble. That might not be the case. The other cultivator indifferently said, Yu Dong is favored by Yu Bing. Yu Dong's cultivation is good, but he's a man of few words. How many cultivators did he send over these years? He couldn't fulfill the sect master's requirements, and Yu Bing's face was also unsightly. No wonder Yu Ping was a bit impatient. Isn't that right? 9,000 cultivators The cultivator's face showed a trace of exaggeration. The other cultivator hurriedly put his finger to his mouth and anxiously said, do you want to die? This kind of thing, how can you casually say it? Yes, little brother was wrong. The cultivator's heart also trembled and he hurriedly shut his mouth. How could Xiaohua know so many secrets? He didn't know that the other party had gone easy on him and he was still proud of his cleverness. However, he also sensed that something was wrong. This place doesn't seem to be the disciples of the Huanhua sect. Are they all surnamed Yu? Xiaohua immediately thought of what Zhong Haoren had said. Could it be that this is the Yu family of the Fallen Gold Mountain? Falling Gold Mountain. Turning stone into gold? What does this have to do with Huanhua sect? Based on the surname Yu, Yu Tong must be a disciple of Falling Gold Mountain. He could enter the Huanhua sect by cheating, so he must have colluded with the Huanhua sect. Moreover, from the fact that Yu Tong was holding the master's token that year, the Huanhua sect is also connected to Falling Gold Mountain. Maybe Falling Gold Mountain is a cultivation family controlled by the Huanhua sect? Xiaohua thought as he followed Yu Ping out of the small house. When he saw the situation outside the small house, he was even more shocked. In front of him was a huge space. There were countless buildings in this space, and these buildings were completely different from what Xiaohua had seen before. The buildings in the past were usually carved beams and painted pillars, and had an antique flavor. Even the buildings in the Sky Patrol City were made of huge stones. Although they were rare, they were not particularly rare. The buildings in front of him were all emitting a silver luster, as if all the buildings were plated with a layer of silver light. Even though they looked like pavilions, the light gave people the illusion that these pavilions were large celestial devices. Moreover, there were many such pavilions, huts, and passageways. They were all connected to each other as if the entire space was a huge celestial device. The heaven and earth spiritual energy of the metal attribute is indeed dense. Xiaohua thought to himself. But what is the purpose of the Huanhua sect or Falling Gold Mountain to set up such a huge formation? It is the Sword Tomb. Xiaohua's astonished gaze moved away from the surrounding buildings, and he looked at the wall beside him. He could not help but stretch out his hand and touch it with his finger. A cold and smooth feeling came from the silver wall, and it was no different from a magical tool that was refined on a daily basis. Yu Ping seemed to have noticed Xiaohua's action, but he revealed a smile and did not stop him. Outside the small house was a rather large plaza, and the silver floor was incomparably smooth. One could almost see the reflections of people on it. There were not many cultivators walking around the plaza, but when they saw Yu Ping, they nodded slightly or bowed to him as though they were very familiar with him. In fact, when these disciples saw Xiaohua, they also nodded slightly, making him feel very warm. I wonder how much Yudong has told you. After leading Xiaohua into this place, Yu Ping said with a smile, however, this old man does not wish to explain too much to you. Just like what this old man said, being able to participate in my Yu family's Midas touch is definitely the best choice you've made in your life. Yes, Xiaohua looked around and smiled apologetically. Even if this little one had some doubts previously, after seeing this place, this little one has no more doubts. We also have to thank senior brother Yu Hua, this meritorious disciple who is negotiating with the Huanhua sect for the sake of Fallen Gold Mountain. And it's good that you know. Yu Hua glanced at Xiaohua. Don't speak nonsense for no reason. If other people were to hear it, who knows what it would be like. You have to remember, trouble comes from the mouth. This is the disciple that was just selected? Yes. Yu Ping finally let out a breath and hurriedly laughed. This is also a disciple of the Huanhua sect. This disciple feels that his foundation is quite good. A disciple of the Huanhua sect? The corner of Yu Hua's eye twitched as if he was interested in Xiaohua. Bad, Xiaohua secretly complained, but he could only brace himself and step forward, bowing. This disciple greets senior brother. No need to call me senior brother. This old man is not a disciple of the Huanhua sect. It's just that I am extremely familiar with many of the Huanhua sect's elders. You are? Yu Hua opened his mouth to ask but seemed to have thought of something and waved his hand. Forget it, no matter which fellow's disciple you are, since you are here, you are the beneficiary of the Midas touch. I believe Yu Ping has already told you. Do your best, young man, the Huanhua sect will be your world in the future. Yes, this disciple understands. This disciple is endlessly grateful to senior brother and the others. Xiaohua hurriedly smiled apologetically. It's good that you know. Yu Hua glanced at Xiaohua and no longer asked about Xiaohua's origin and walked away. When he walked past Xiaohua and Yu Ping, the ridicule at the corner of his mouth involuntarily appeared, and he did not hide it at all. Chapter 2583. Yu Ping didn't dare to move. Seeing Yu Hua cross half of the square and enter a corridor, he curled his lips and coldly snorted. He seemed to be muttering in a low voice. What's so great about him? He was a middle foundation establishment stage cultivator like me, but he did something for my Falling Gold Mountain. That's why he benefited. He was promoted to an elder, but now he doesn't put Falling Gold Mountain in his eyes. He keeps talking about Huanhua sect as if he's a disciple of Huanhua sect. Doesn't he know his surname is Yu? Xiaohua lowered his head and didn't look at Yu Ping. He only pricked up his ears. At this time he already understood that this Yu Hua was a disciple of Falling Gold Mountain. When Yu Tong entered Huanhua sect, it was this guy who did something for Falling Gold Mountain. Of course, whether this matter was what Yu Ping said was unknown. But Xiaohua understood that this Yu Hua who had some relationship with Huanhua sect seemed to be at odds with Yu Bing who he saw in the mirror. Ah yes, one is Yu Bing, the other is Yu Hua. They were just born and their parents were already trying to make them at odds. Xiaohua laughed in his heart, but then he muttered, there seems to be something strange. If it's a cultivator who has a good relationship with Huanhua sect, it's reasonable to ask a few questions when they see a junior, such as whose disciple they are, how their master and elders are doing, and so on. Especially the Midas touch, which helps people improve their cultivation. Wouldn't Falling Gold Mountain want to sell it? Strange. Yu Ping muttered a few words. Seeing that Xiaohua was still obediently lowering his head, he wasn't in a good mood to explain anything to Xiaohua. At this time Xiaohua whispered, Senior Martial Brother, isn't this Senior Martial Brother Yu Hua a disciple of my Huanhua sect? He wants to. Yu Ping coldly said, but Huanhua sect doesn't want him. Now he's an elder of Falling Gold Mountain, how can he enter Huanhua sect? Then he ignored Xiaohua and left first. Xiaohua suppressed the doubts in his heart and followed him into a corridor. This corridor looked very strange. It wasn't straight but rather tangled and complicated like a spider web. Yu Ping led Xiaohua into the corridor, and after walking for another half a cigarette, they arrived at a smooth wall. He patted his hand and took out a token. Activating his magic power, the token flashed with the same silver brilliance as the wall. Yu Ping pressed the token against the wall. Once the token and the wall came into contact, it immediately let out a low sword hum, and the area around 10 feet around them began to shake. Feng Ying, place your stone medallion on top. Yu Ping instructed. Yes. Xiaohua responded. He didn't circulate his magic power and placed the jade slip in front of him. Wu, a suction force came from the place where the jade slip came in contact with the wall, firmly sucking the jade slip to the wall. Immediately after, Xiaohua felt the jade slip emitting heat. Let go, Yu Ping said. Shua, following Xiaohua's release, the jade slip instantly melted, turning into a ball of jade liquid that spread out on the wall. Then it began to spin from the inside out. When the jade liquid seemed to spin into a rune, the jade liquid went deep into the wall that seemed abnormally hard. At the same time, a rune similar to the jade liquid flashed on the wall and disappeared. A small door about the height of a person appeared in the wall. Xiaohua's gaze swept over it. Inside there was a small triangular room that was similar to the one he came in from. Junior Brother Feng. Yu Ping introduced his medallion, then took out a small jade slip and handed it to Xiaohua. He smiled and said, Originally I should have brought you around here to see the other senior brothers of the Huanhua sect and Fallen Gold Mountain. However, time is running out and you've come a bit late. Junior Brother should also be clear that although this is a fast method, there is also a price to pay. Not to mention the pain of the physical body, there will also be problems in the meridians and other places. The most important thing is that Junior Brother still has to cooperate with this bitter chew method. This is a secret method that my Fallen Gold Mountain created by combining the methods commonly used by the disciples of the Huanhua sect. Junior Brother still needs to look at it. When the time comes, if you can't follow the instructions of the secret method and guide the innate gold qi into your meridians and transform it into your own true essence, not only will this opportunity be gone with the wind, even your own cultivation will have the possibility of all your previous efforts being wasted. Is it that serious? Xiaohua hurriedly asked. Junior Brother Yudong didn't mention it. Yu Ping said with some displeasure. Without any risk, you can easily advance from the early stage of foundation establishment to the middle stage of foundation establishment or even the late stage of foundation establishment. How can there be such a cheap thing in the world? Junior Brother must have already thought it through clearly. If it was that simple, I'm afraid that my Fallen Gold Mountain would have already been filled with foundation establishment cultivators. Why would you need to find other fellow Taoists? Xiaohua laughed and didn't continue to pester him. He asked again, I just don't know how much time you'll give me? If this secret method is complicated, this disciple doesn't have the confidence to fully comprehend it. This old man can't say for sure. Perhaps several days, perhaps 10 days. Of course, it could also be 10 days. Junior brother should comprehend it earlier. The earlier you comprehend it, the earlier you can grasp it. Otherwise, if you suddenly start, junior brother will be caught unprepared. On the back of the mystic artifact, there was an oval mirror that was emitting a faint silvery white light. The light reflected the light in the old man's eyes, revealing the situation within the various buildings under the silver clouds. Just like Xiaohua's small hut, through this tiger-shaped magic tool, the old man was able to see over 10,000 small huts. The vast majority of these huts had a cultivator. These cultivators were all at the early or middle stage of foundation establishment. There were even a few at the late stage. However, these cultivators' Taoist robes were different. They clearly weren't from the same sect. Another similarity was that each cultivator held a small jade slip in their hands. Some were using their divine sense to enter, while others were closing their eyes and pondering. After roughly looking through it, the old man clapped his hand, and a silver-white brilliance appeared on his palm. The tiger-shaped artifact disappeared into the old man's hand, and the silver light in the old man's eyes also dissipated, revealing his pitch-black eyes. However, within those eyes, there were traces of silver light. Wait a few more days. When the people are all gathered, the Midas touch can be activated. The old man seemed very satisfied. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. However, this smile seemed somewhat forced. If the old man wasn't truly happy, then there must be something wrong with the muscles on his face. He frowned slightly and closed his eyes to ponder. His brows gradually relaxed, and the hand seals in Xiaohua's hand also slowly formed, and a silver brilliance gradually emerged from his hand. Finally, it condensed into a silver-white small sword in his hand. Strange. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the small sword and he muttered in his heart, "How could this falling gold mountains you family have a secret technique for sword cultivation?" On the surface, this secret technique looks like a cultivation method for Dao cultivators, and the first half is about how to cater to the different fluctuations of the formation, and how to guide the sword qi in the formation into the meridians in the body. This formation, perhaps, is the formation that turns stone into gold. And the second half is how to condense the sword qi into true essence. But, according to this secret technique, how can the sword qi be turned into true essence? How can it be guided into the meridians? This sword qi can only be formed into sword origin, right? Moreover, the second half of this secret technique is extremely obscure and vague. Can be said without mercy that it hides a lot of key things. If you comprehend it together with this sword cultivation method, you will be able to understand it. You family, what are they doing? Xiaohua was absolutely puzzled. Are they cultivating their own power? Do they want to break away from the washing flower sect and become a cultivation sect? I can only understand it like this. It seems that all the cultivation families want to break away from their identity as a family. If you family can turn stone into gold, maybe they can create a group of cultivators and becoming a sect won't be difficult. I'm afraid this is what you want this washing flower sect disciple to promise you. Xiaohua secretly laughed, put away the jade slip and sword slip and stood up. This young master should also go out and take a look. See if this young master's guess is correct. Thinking, Xiaohua pinched his hand, and a yellow brilliance flashed around his body, and he was about to use the earth escape technique. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua's figure moved, and the silver luster under his feet became even brighter, and even some brilliance was produced. This is bad. This floor is indeed not made of earth or stone. Xiaohua secretly cursed. His guess when he entered the room just now was actually true. Immediately Xiaohua walked to the wall, stretched out his arm and placed his hand flat on the wall. A kind of ice-cold and brilliant feeling passed through his palm. Xiaohua even used his finger to knock on the wall a few times, and a clear sound rang out again. Xiaohua thought for a moment and opened his left hand. In the illusion breaker eye, A layer of faint and thin silver brilliance surrounded him. This brilliance was extremely dense and there were no flaws. "This is troublesome," Xiao Hua complained incessantly and slapped his hand, taking out the rabbit spirit talisman. After a slight hesitation he hit it on the wall. Fortunately, although the silver wall looked extremely dense and even a needle couldn't pierce it, when the rabbit spirit talisman hit it, it emitted specks of silver brilliance, and the spirit talisman sank in, disappearing without a trace. Haha, seeing this, Xiao Hua's heart calmed down, and he secretly laughed as he hit the other spirit talismans on the wall. After a moment, Xiao Hua carefully grabbed with his hand, and a small hole appeared in the middle of the rabbit spirit talisman. Xiao Hua released his spiritual sense from the hole, and seeing that there were no traces of anyone else, he worriedly stuck his head out. After confirming that he could escape from the room, he retracted his head back, and kept the rabbit spirit talisman. Hee, since I can escape so easily, I will act according to the situation. In the end, this young master doesn't believe that the Yu family won't reveal their true colors. This young master doesn't believe that there will be anyone who can block this young master's escape. Xiao Hua said with a cold sneer. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua kept the spirit talisman and sat down cross-legged. He took out the secret techniques of the Yu family and the sword arts of sword cultivators, and carefully compared them, slowly comprehending them. Not to mention that Xiao Hua had fallen into the small room of the Yu family, he relied on his profound strength and didn't care about the danger of this trap. Instead, he calmed his heart, comprehended the secret techniques of the Yu family, and waited for the Yu family to reveal the truth. Furthermore, the Jindan cultivators in the discussion hall were all dressed up, and they personally led their disciples to attack the arrogant sword cultivators according to their previous arrangements, and to open the curtains to the final battle. Before leaving, the Jindan cultivators in the discussion hall gathered together again, and discussed for a long time. They seemed to have exhausted their minds and considered all the arrangements, attacks, and even retreating if they failed. They understood in their hearts that this battle was crucial, and they were staking it all on a single throw. If they couldn't seize the opportunity to attack first and catch the sword cultivators off guard, then the Dao cultivators wouldn't be able to recover from their previous disadvantage, and they would be defeated sooner or later. Thus, the people who usually had some grudges during discussions in the discussion hall didn't dare to be negligent, and they openly spoke their thoughts as well as the thoughts of others. Sure enough, after brainstorming together, they really did find quite a few details that they had overlooked. As a matter of fact, in the vicinity of Clear Sky Cave, Kunlun Sex Yuan Zhongyu, Imperial Thunder Sex Gon Mo, and Clear Leaf Sex Ji Hong all wore grave expressions as they urged the tens of thousands of disciples of the three sects to fly quietly while discussing something in low voices. Yuan Zhongyu's spiritual sense swept out, and he looked at the gloomy sky with spots of light in the distance and said, "Fellow Taoist Qian, fellow Taoist Ji, I'm afraid that it will be troublesome for us to head to Clear Cave today." That's right, when I heard that the sword cultivators were actually building a city here, I felt that it was funny. The sword cultivators who have always been arrogant actually imitated our Dao cultivators to build a defense, and this is simply stealing it. In the eyes of us experts, this trick is just showing off. Ji Hong also nodded. But before we left, after listening to everyone's careful analysis, I realized that there was indeed something fishy about this. That's right, today's sword cultivators are no longer the simple-minded people in our eyes who don't know when to advance or retreat, and who only rely on the sharpness of their flying swords to flaunt their superiority. Think about Qin Jian's schemes over the past few years, and how many of our fellow Taoists have died under his sword, and think about how many times we have fallen into the sword cultivators' schemes in this great battle. It makes me shudder. Yuan Zhongyu bit his lips and narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Perhaps this Clear Cave is another sword cultivator's trap. Ji Hong didn't hide her guilty conscience. Now that I think about it, it was really reckless of me to ask for a battle. Hee, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Yuan Zhongyu also laughed bitterly in a low voice. But now that we're already here, the arrow on the bow has to be shot. At this point, Yuan Zhongyu looked at Chen Mo, who was only looking forward and didn't say anything. He then exchanged glances with Ji Hong and said that cunning Qin Jian was killed by 3 juniors, and his lifetime of fame has been created by these 3 kids. Fellow Taoist Qian, congratulations, your Imperial Thunder Sex Xiao Hua is now very famous. Xiaohua is just the most ordinary disciple in my Imperial Thunder sect, Qian Mo said indifferently. He even entered my Imperial Thunder sect as a rogue cultivator. There are many more disciples in my Imperial Thunder sect who are more outstanding than him. Chapter 2585. Hehe, fellow Taoist Qian, in this war, there isn't a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect who has more battle merits than him, right? Yuan Zhongyu said with a smile. That's because Xiaohua's luck is good. At the same time, it's also because my Imperial Thunder sect's disciples are good at teaching. Qian Mo didn't want to talk about Xiaohua. He pointed his finger forward and said, now my Imperial Thunder sect's disciples who are more outstanding than Xiaohua are gathered here. I believe that each of them can achieve battle merits comparable to Xiaohua's. Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong smiled bitterly at the same time. They looked at each other again and their eyes were filled with bitterness. It was as if what they said just now was like a chicken talking to a duck and couldn't be understood. Also, fellow Taoist Yuan and fellow Taoist Ji just now. This Qian can't agree. This Qian didn't care about their expressions and continued, sword cultivators are just barbarians. How can they be compared to the great sects of my Dao sect? Although the sword cultivators had the upper hand in the early stages of the war, they only managed to gain the upper hand. If they fought against my Dao sect on the territory of the country of Xi and the country of Lian, they would definitely be lacking in strength. The advantage they had in the early stages can't be easily maintained. As long as the sects of the three kingdoms of cultivation really compete with them, they will definitely flee upon hearing the news. Ahem. Yuan Zhongyu coughed twice. In his heart he was puzzled as to why Qian Mo had such a good feeling. He reminded him, the sword cultivators were able to destroy Emoqing Cave at the beginning of the war and even built a big city here without anyone noticing. I'm afraid it's not that simple, right? So what if they aren't simple? Qian Mo's tone was still indifferent. The Kunlun sect, the Clear Leaf sect and my Imperial Thunder sect are all great sects of the three kingdoms of cultivation. They are all sects that reside in the conference hall. If we don't come here, who will? If we don't take this risk, who will? Seeing Qian Mo wearing the label of Great Sect on his head, Yuan Zhongyu smiled and said, that's right. The Imperial Thunder sect is a famous great sect in the country of Xi. In my heart, this great sect that values its reputation more than its life is stronger than the likes of Shanghua sect and Qiqiao sect. My Kunlun sect is only in the country of Lian. If we were in the country of Xi, I'm afraid we would be ranked behind the Imperial Thunder sect. That's right. I don't know too much about the Imperial Thunder sect, but I've worked with fellow Taoist Qian in the past few years. Fellow Taoist Qian's magnanimity and uprightness have made me sigh with emotion. Presumably, among the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, from sect Master Qian Lazy to the most common aura refining disciple, all of them have the same spirit as fellow Taoist Qian. My Bright Leaf sect truly admires you. The disciples of our two sects will be able to interact with each other even better, allowing my Qingyi sect disciples to benefit greatly. Fellow Taoists, you're belittling yourselves. Qian Mo said with a smile, my Imperial Thunder sect has the foundation of a great sect, but I'm not as noble as you say. I only do things that are worthy of my conscience. I don't care about other people's opinions. Then, this battle, what do you think, fellow Taoist Qian? Yuan Zhongyu's eyes flickered and he said with some hesitation, we've already made careful arrangements and preparations to attack the sword cultivator city, but the disciples of the three sects must attack and defend, and have a master and a subordinate. I think fellow Taoist Qian is full of wisdom. This battle should be presided over by fellow Taoist Qian. Yes, Ji Hong quickly smiled apologetically and said, I think so too. This. Qian Mo's eyes flashed with a hint of eagerness, but he was still hesitant. He said, fellow Taoist Yuan should be in charge of the Battle of Clear Sky Cave. This has already been decided in the meeting hall. I'm afraid it's against the rules for me to temporarily take over, right? Although Qian Mo's words were questioning, it was obvious that he was asking for their opinions. How could Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong not understand? They hurriedly said, fellow Taoist Qian don't decline. In a great battle, the ones who control the situation are always the sages. Fellow Taoist, you haven't been on duty in the meeting hall and have never shown your talent in planning. Now is the time for fellow Taoists to show your ambition and contribute to our Tao sect. That's right. With our disciples in fellow Taoist hands, only fellow Taoist's selfless heart can make us feel at ease. Ji Hong added. Good. Qian Mo clapped his hands and said, since fellow Taoists think so highly of me, this seat. I'll take it for the time being. However, there's something that I want to make clear. The merits of this battle will be split equally between the three of us. I won't take any more than that. Good. Fellow Taoist Qian's noble character and unquestionable integrity can be seen from this. Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong simultaneously raised their thumbs up and said happily, Go. Let's increase our speed. This clear cave is not far ahead. Now that the sky has just turned bright, it's time to attack the sword cultivators and catch them off guard. Qian Mo waved his hand and the mana in his feet surged as he rushed forward. Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong laughed and said, fellow Taoist Qian, your flying technique is obviously faster than ours. Aren't you bullying the two of us? Ha, Qian Mo laughed heartily in front of the two of them. Following Qian Mo's command, the tens of thousands of disciples from the three sects indeed increased their flying speed. In less than an hour they arrived in front of the clear cave. Although the Tao sect disciples had made countless guesses before arriving, when they saw the huge city in front of them that was tens of feet tall and stretched for several miles, they were still somewhat stunned. At this moment the sun had already risen and the rare cool sunlight shone on the city walls. The city walls seemed to be completely transparent as if they were made of ice. The colorful light reflected off the city walls dazzled the eyes of the crowd of cultivators. Sword cultivators. What are they doing? Qian Mo and the rest also groaned. They raised their hands and signaled all the cultivators to stop in midair. Wung, an ear-piercing sound of swords rang out from behind the city walls. It was obvious that the sword cultivators had also discovered the whereabouts of the large group of cultivators. Rays of sword light flashed and countless sword cultivators flew to the top of the city walls. Fellow Taoist Yuan, is the sword cultivators planning to build another sky patrol city in this clear cave? Qian Mo asked softly. Yuan Zhongyu's face was also filled with astonishment. His spiritual sense swept across the ice city and he shook his head. The Sky Patrol City has been around for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. How can this ice city be compared to the Sky Patrol City? Even so, we can't underestimate it. The city walls of this ice city are protected by the sword cultivator's sword array, which has blocked our spiritual sense. We can't see what secrets he has in the city. Ji Hong was a little worried. She whispered, Clear Cave has an ice city, could it be that there are other similar big cities? If that's the case, we have to pay attention to the intentions of the sword cultivators. Maybe the purpose of their battle here is far from what we expected. Qian Mo narrowed his eyes and said coldly, even if there is such an ice city, we can set up arrays. Attacking cities and seizing territories is the strength of us cultivators. The sword cultivators are actually playing with their weaknesses and avoiding their strengths. Aren't they seeking their own deaths? Fellow Taoists, listen to my orders. My thunder-controlling sect disciples will set up arrays and attack the front. Kunlun sect disciples will attack the left wing and Clearleaf sect disciples will attack the right wing. We will talk after we have destroyed this ice city. All right, we will listen to fellow Taoist Qian's orders. Yuan Zhongyu glanced at Ji Hong. Both of them let out a long breath. They took out the tokens in their hands and were about to give orders. Qian Mo sneered as if he didn't see their expressions. He raised his hand and activated his transcendence energy. He shouted, Thunder-controlling sect disciples, listen to my orders. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, a phoenix cry sounded. A ray of emerald green light flew out from the ice city and rushed straight into the sky. A cold-faced woman wearing an emerald green sword robe appeared from the sword light. It was Black Phoenix Sword Sect's LV Rochang. LV Rochang's eyes were still filled with killing intent. She coldly looked at the tens of thousands of cultivators. Her gaze then fell on Qian Mo, Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong. Audacious cultivators, you actually dare to invade my Mo Qingqing. LV Rochang lightly reprimanded like the cry of a phoenix. The emerald green sword light around her flickered. Ah, what a joke. Qian Mo flew a few feet forward and laughed. This is the territory of my country of Shi. It has always been the territory of my Dao cultivators. When did it become the territory of your sword cultivators? You sword cultivators built a city on my Dao sect's land. You have already violated my Dao sect's taboo. You don't even know who this sword is. You and the rest can win against this array? You are merely a third-grade illusory swordsman. What is there to be proud of? Qian Mo retorted sarcastically. We conference hall cultivators are more concerned about many things. How could we investigate all the illusory swordsmen? Moreover, we Dao sect cultivators disdain to arrange spies among our sword cultivators. If we want to fight, we will fight fair and square. Unlike you and the rest, who used all kinds of despicable means to plant spies among our cultivators and investigate all the cultivators in our conference hall. Chapter 2586. Oh. A third-grade illusory sword cultivator? Lu Rochong's mouth revealed a trace of mockery as he sneered. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will fight 100 battles without slacking. You don't even know which illusory swordsmen are. How can you win this battle? It won't happen. Qian Mo waved his hand and laughed. In a war we need to use open schemes. All schemes are paper tigers that can't withstand a single blow. Isn't Qin Jian of the Void Heaven Sword School always scheming? In the end he died in the hands of 3 kids from my Dao sect. In this old man's opinion, a third-grade illusory swordsman is just so. Ha! LV Rochong let out a rare laugh. Qian Mo, you're a gold core cultivator, but when it comes to eloquence even this sword can't compare. But when it comes to cultivation, even a foundation establishment disciple from your Imperial Thunder School can't compare. Qian Mo's heart skipped a beat as he sneered. Isn't it the terrifying phoenix from my Imperial Thunder School? Do you think this old man doesn't know? LV Rochong raised his eyebrows as if he suddenly understood what Qian Mo was thinking. He asked curiously, oh? You actually know about the terrifying phoenix? This sword really underestimated you. But where is the terrifying phoenix? If he's here, this sword will really run away now. As he spoke, the murderous aura in his eyes became even stronger as he swept his gaze over the disciples of the Imperial Thunder School. You're just a third-grade illusory sword female swordsman. How can he put you in his eyes? Qian Mo saw that LV Rochong didn't say who the terrifying phoenix was and was somewhat disappointed. He concealed it and said, this old man naturally sent him to other places. LV Rochong didn't speak and coldly swept his gaze over the disciples of the Imperial Thunder School as if he couldn't find the terrifying phoenix. After a moment he sighed, alas, if I knew that you gold core cultivators were as stupid as Jurassic beasts, this sword wouldn't have wasted so much effort. If we attacked directly, you would have become my sword cultivators' prisoners. Qian Mo and the others' faces changed. Just as they were about to speak, LV Rochong said, don't tell this sword that you don't even know who the terrifying phoenix is? Of course we know. Yuan Zhongyu couldn't bear it and shouted. But why should we tell you? Wasn't the bounty for sword cultivators extremely high? Look for it yourselves. Actually, when I said you were Jurassic beasts you weren't here yet. LV Rochong seemed to be in a good mood. He said as if he was chatting with a good friend, haven't you thought about it? Why is it that in this battle the Golden Core cultivators that your Dao sect sent to the meeting hall are only at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm? Why isn't there even a disciple in the late Golden Core stage? See, it was as if this sentence had woken them up from their daze. Qian Mo and the other 2 middle-stage Jindan stage cultivators' faces suddenly changed as they sucked in a breath of cold air. How do you know so much about the situation in my discussion hall? Qian Mo almost cried out involuntarily. His previous calmness was completely gone. Indeed, if this inconspicuous Lu Rochong had said the names of these 3 people, it would have been fine. After all, the cultivators of the Dao sect all wore the Daoist robes of their respective sections. The Imperial Thunder sect, the Kunlun sect and the Clear Leaf sect were the three people who had entered the conference hall, so their names were easy to say. However, this LV Ruochang actually knew the cultivation levels of all the Golden Core cultivators in the conference hall. How could they not be shocked? In particular, all the Golden Core cultivators in the conference hall of the Sky Patrol City were at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. There was not a single cultivator in the late stage of the Golden Core realm. This strange situation even for Yuan Zhongyu and the other two, they had never thought of it. They were assigned to lead the disciples of their respective sects into battle. They all regarded themselves as indispensable elites in their sections. They felt that they were valued by the sect master, and that none of the other Golden Core disciples were more suitable than them. Even he himself knew that this conference hall was a place to nurture disciples with potential. It was like the front line of a war. They boasted that they were strategizing and had wisdom in their hearts. After this war, they would definitely become the most dazzling figures in the sect. All the rewards and conveniences in the sect would be opened to them for their cultivation. Even though they had been discussing in the conference hall for several years, they had been together day and night and were very familiar with each other. They were also used to each other's cultivation levels. However, as LV Ruochang said, they had never thought about why their respective sects did not send a cultivator in the late stage of the Golden Core realm. A cultivator in the late stage of the Golden Core realm against a swordsman in the third grade of the illusory sword seemed to be a real match, right? A cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm against a swordsman in the third grade of the illusory sword. How could it be said that they met a good match? Perhaps even 3 cultivators in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm would not be able to defeat LV Ruochang in the third grade of the illusory sword. Who exactly are you? Ji Hong could not help but ask. Her face was a little pale. Haha, I am LV Ruochang from the Black Phoenix Sword sect. LV Ruochang did not hide anything. I have already said it clearly. I have no intention of deceiving you. If it weren't for our sects, we wouldn't have sent our senior brothers in the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Qian Mo calmed his mind and snorted coldly. To deal with weak sword cultivators like you, we only need to send our senior brothers in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. At this point Qian Mo purposely added, how about Qin Jian? Wasn't he also in the third grade of the illusory sword? But he was still killed by 3 kids from our Dao sect. If we were to kill Qin Jian, one of us would be enough. Haha, LV Ruochang put away his coldness and laughed out loud. It seems that things are not what you think. The warriors of the sword region all know about your cultivation and strength. Let's not talk about Qin Jian. How many Golden Core realm cultivators did he kill? He was careless and died in the hands of a few Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. I'm afraid it's a little unjust. However, I know very well that if you were to go, you would only end up dying in Qin Jian's hands. Ignorant, arrogant, Qian Mo said coldly. As he spoke, he activated his magic power as if he was about to give an order. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. LV Ruochang pointed his finger and said, actually, I know why your Dao sect only sent you cultivators in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Why? Qian Mo and the other 2 asked almost at the same time. Obviously, the 3 of them were also suspicious about this matter. It's very simple. LV Ruochang raised his hand and said, when did you arrive at Sky Patrol City? Where was the place where my sword cultivator warriors fought against you? Qian Mo and the rest frowned slightly as if they did not understand. The warriors of the sword region had invaded the country of Shi for a long time, and you only realized that all the fighting was in the country of Shi. Your nascent soul realm cultivators must have wanted to go into battle long ago, right? They knew that you would definitely not win this battle, so they sent you disciples in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm to your deaths. The earlier you die, the earlier they would arrive at Sky Patrol City, and the lesser the territory of the country of Shi occupied by the disciples of the sword region. Look at the surroundings of Mo Qing Cave. It's just an ice city, do you know? There are many other ice cities in the country of Shi. If it's delayed for a few more years, there will be even more of these ice cities. By then, even if a nascent soul realm cultivator came, he would not be able to turn the situation around. Qian Mo and the rest were stunned. It seemed that LV Ruochang's words made sense. fellow Taoists don't listen to her nonsense. It was still Ji Hong who was quick-witted. She seemed to have heard the hint in LV Rochong's words and hurriedly reminded them. Ha! Seeing a flash of realization in Qian Mo and Yuan Zhongyu's eyes, LV Rochong laughed out loud. With a wave of his hand, an emerald green sword light soared into the sky. The sharp cry of a phoenix resounded. This sword only needs to say a few words to break your hearts. How can you Golden Core Realm cultivators from the discussion hall be a match for the warriors of the sword region? Although I'm just guessing, it seems that you are indeed here to die. Or is... Following the cry of the sword on the walls of the Ice City, dozens of strong sword light flashed. A huge flying sword whistled through the air and pierced towards the disciples of the three sects who were on guard but did not form a defensive formation. We've been tricked. Quick, form a team and counterattack. Qian Mo and the rest were shocked. When Qian Mo gave the order, Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong did not care about their flattery towards Qian Mo and hurriedly used their powers to command their disciples. In fact, Qian Mo and the rest were indeed tricked. They did not expect that LV Rochong, who was a third-grade illusory swordsman, would actually try to buy time for the sword cultivators when they were about to meet them. And it was precisely because of these words that Qian Mo and the rest rushed over. The advantage of having the upper hand silently disappeared. Of course, LV Rochong did have some doubts about the fact that the cultivators of the discussion hall were only in the middle stage of the Golden Core Realm. This was because when she was setting up the sword formation, she had already said that in the early days when the sword cultivators ambushed other cultivators, it was because a few late-stage Golden Core Realm cultivators suddenly became pregnant. Under the shackles of heaven and earth, the sword cultivators' sword formation was broken and their efforts were in vain. Therefore, she had investigated the situation of the cultivators in the discussion hall. When she discovered this strange matter, she was also puzzled. She did not know what the nascent soul realm cultivators of the three kingdoms were planning. However, she was also clear that when it came to strategies and formations, there was no lack of capable cultivators in the Dao sect. This might also be part of the setup of the nascent soul realm cultivators. Therefore, when she did not understand the situation, she used these words to provoke Qian Mo. On one hand, she wanted to buy time, and on the other hand, she wanted to see what the cultivators were planning. However, the reality disappointed her. Qian Mo and the rest really did not know why. She could not help but look down on the Golden Core Realm cultivators in the discussion hall. But then again, the Golden Core Realm cultivators in the discussion hall also had their own difficulties. It was not that they did not want to send spies to investigate, but swordsmen were different from cultivators. Cultivators were considered to be in the open. The discussion hall and the discussion hall were both there and everyone knew about it. Anyone could come and investigate. There was no need to talk about the cultivators who were bought over by the swordsmen. Even if they were spies specially trained by the swordsmen, they were pure cultivators. The defense array of the Sky Patrol City could distinguish the cultivation level, but it could not distinguish a person's heart. Chapter 2587. As for the sword cultivators compared to the Dao sect cultivators, they were in the dark. Although there were spies among the Dao sect cultivators, most of them were in the Huan country and would not necessarily come to the battle. How could it be effective to send a cultivator to gather information among the swordsmen? This was also the reason why LV Rochong knew the cultivators in the meeting hall like the back of her hand, but Qian Mo and the rest knew nothing about the command of the sword cultivators, especially LV Rochong. As for whether the Sky Patrol City knew, Qian Mo and the rest did not know. This was because according to the information provided by the Sky Patrol City, there were indeed many third-grade illusory swordsmen who were famous in the battle, such as Qin Jian and the rest. This LV Rochong was not among them. Speaking of which, LV Rochong did not expect that he would actually succeed in stalling for time. The many flying swords on the ice wall condensed and rushed towards some of the scattered cultivators. The flying swords were very powerful, stirring up the spirit chi of heaven and earth. The different sword cries were quite chaotic, but in this chaos there was a rhythm. Every flying sword pointed at the 100 or so cultivators in the center. They were unable to mobilize the true essence in their bodies, and they were unable to use the magic tools and magic treasures in their hands. As for the hundreds of cultivators around these 100 cultivators, although they were less affected, the circulation of their true essence was still obscure, and the circulation of their magic power was also much slower. Seeing the flying swords rapidly approaching, they all panicked and took out their magic tools and magic treasures to meet the enemy. Pay attention. Qian saw the situation and knew that things were not going well. He wanted to shout for the disciples to attack in unison according to the formation that they had set up previously. However, seeing that the flying swords were approaching and the disciples had already taken out their magic treasures, he knew that if he continued to shout, it might backfire. Thus he could only keep quiet. However, when he looked at LV Ruochang with shame and anger, he was surprised. This unknown third-grade illusory sword female swordsman was actually standing there calmly and watching with interest. She did not join the other swordsmen in attacking the three of them. Damn it, Qian gritted his teeth and looked at Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong. He knew that he had no confidence in killing this third-grade illusory swordsman. He had to join forces with the two of them. However, at this moment Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong looked at the incoming flying swords with great regret. They were helpless. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of the cultivators. The 100 or so cultivators at the tip of the swords only had time to defend themselves. Their protective talismans and magic treasures were instantly pierced by the swords. Broken corpses fell from the sky. The remaining cultivators took out their magic treasures. Although they were sent flying by the swords, these cultivators were able to find a gap and dodge the sharp swords. Once the number of treasures attacking the flying sword increased, the flying sword would gradually be defeated. Withdraw, LV Ruochang's phoenix cry rang out. The dozens of huge flying swords turned into sword gleams that flowed like flowing water. They all flowed towards the ice city. In just a blink of an eye, the dozens of flying swords killed thousands of Dao sect disciples. Although Qian, Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong had already seen the casualty figures on the news, and those figures were much higher than the thousands. They had even become numb to the number of casualties. But now that they were faced with such a bloody scene, they couldn't help but feel heartache. Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. Qian waved his hand and a lightning talisman flew into the air. Form a team and attack. Yes. All the surviving disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect cried out, and the disorderly formation quickly changed. Kunlun Sect disciples. Form a team and attack the left wing. Yuan Zhongyu knew that this was a good opportunity to attack and hurriedly gave the order. The Kunlun Sect disciples raised their arms and shouted like the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples, their voices echoing throughout the ice city. Clear Leaf Sect disciples, we will form a team and attack the right wing. Ji Hong screamed. The Clear Leaf Sect disciples were similarly well trained. After they were caught off guard by the sword cultivators' attack, they immediately changed into a formation. What a pity, seeing the Dao Sect disciples methodically forming their teams, LV Ruochang's eyes flashed with a trace of regret. If this sword had tens of thousands of warriors, would there be a chance for you guys to form a team under my continuous attacks? If this sword doesn't kill all of you and leave your corpses all over the ground, this sword's surname isn't LV. Split your swords into three and attack the disciples of the three sects. LV Ruochang shouted regretfully. My sword region only has brave warriors who die in battle. There are no cowards. Yes. The tens of thousands of sword gleams had just flown back to the ice city. The swordsmen were in high spirits as they replied. Attack! The Imperial Thunder Sect disciples didn't care about the sword cultivators' tricks. With a loud shout they took out their Dharma treasures and other items. Extremely large lightning bolts were produced, flickering as they attacked the sword cultivators standing on top of the ice city. Rumble! The lightning bolts collided with the ice city's sword formation above the sword cultivators. The lightning bolts lingered in midair, and the entire front of the ice wall shook slightly. In the lightning bolts, the sword gleams that were like swimming fishes dispersed and were destroyed. At the same time, the Kunlun Sect disciples also took out their Dharma treasures and other items. Dozens of huge fireballs and dozens of huge yellow light balls swallowed the chaotic spiritual energy of heaven and earth and smashed towards the left wing of the Ice City. Rumble. It was even more powerful than the Imperial Thunder Sect's attack. When the sword gleams on top of the Ice City were destroyed, the entire ice wall also shook and huge cracks appeared on top of the Ice City. Looking at the Clear Leaf Sect disciples, these tens of thousands of disciples took out their Dharma treasures. They didn't create any illusions, but all their Dharma treasures emitted a faint white light. This light was somewhat similar to Shaohua's Buddha's light. When all the light connected together, it formed a faint white screen of light. This screen of light absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and covered the Ice City like a huge hand. That seemingly gentle brush actually tore apart the entire right wing of the Ice City's sword formation. Those countless tiny sword gleams were easily torn apart by this faint screen of light. Hiss! LV Rochong saw how powerful the cultivator's combined attack array was and sucked in a breath of cold air. Her eyes narrowed, and that faint murderous aura surfaced on her beautiful face again. Kill! Just as the three sects' attack succeeded, LV Rochong gave another order. The dozens of sword gleams from before flew out together again, as if they were going to fly past the attacking Dharma treasures and pierce the cultivators. Attack! The cultivators of the various sects didn't wait for the Golden Core Masters to give the order. They didn't even use their Dharma treasures to attack the flying swords that flew out. The number of Dharma treasures obviously exceeded the number of flying swords. Even though the Dharma treasures didn't have any rules, they swarmed together and annihilated the huge flying swords. Kachacha! A series of chaotic sounds and various colored lights and sword gleams lingered around. Most of the huge flying swords were destroyed by the Dharma treasures, but there were still dozens of flying swords in the core that flew out and killed more than 10 disciples. The Ice City that was just cracked by the flying swords once again flashed with a faint green sword gleam. As the sword gleams danced in the air, the cracks on the Ice City gradually healed. Imperial Thunder Sect disciples split into two groups. Qian Mo frowned and didn't miss the opportunity to give an order. One group to attack the swordsman, the other group to attack the Ice City. Yes. The Imperial Thunder Sect disciples roused their spirits. Lightning flashed, forming two thunderclouds. One of the thunderbolts was like a sword, piercing towards the swordsman, while the other struck the already cracked Ice City. Kill. LV Rochong didn't have many swordsmen under him, so he couldn't divide them like this. He could only rely on the Ice City that was already built to block the Imperial Thunder Sect's attack. If Qian Mo could divide the disciples into two groups, then how could Kunlun Sect's Yuan Zhongyu and Clearleaf Sect's Ji Hong not see that the swordsmen were at a disadvantage? They also immediately gave the order to divide the disciples into two groups. This way, while the Dao Sect's cultivators attacked the Ice City, they could also attack the swordsmen. When the Dharma treasures flashed past, there were also many swordsmen who fell onto the Ice City. At the very beginning it was a corpse, and that was a trace of fresh blood. However, there were many corpses, and the corpses piled up like a mountain, and the fresh blood splashed onto the Ice City. The previously colorful Ice City was now filled with blood under the bright sun, and it was extremely strange. The Great War. Only at this moment did the bloodthirsty face reveal its cruel nature. Boom! A series of loud sounds rang out. The Clear Leaf Sect's attack on the right side of the Ice City was broken through first. That green sword gleam flashed past, and the blood-red solid ice slid down the Ice City. Good. Ji Hong couldn't help but clench her fists. She knew that once the Ice City was broken through, the swordsmen would no longer have anything to block them. All the cultivators would be able to use them to attack the swordsmen. There weren't many swordsmen left here, and they wouldn't be a hindrance to the cultivators. Boom, boom. After that, another two loud sounds rang out. The Imperial Thunder Sect's and Kunlun Sect's ice walls also collapsed. It seemed like the victory of this war was tilted towards the cultivators. Rise, who would have thought that when Lu Rochong saw that the Ice City was broken through, he didn't panic at all. He let out a low whistle, and the green phoenix sword will slowly retracted into his body. Then sword gleams surrounded his body, and a huge emerald green flying sword appeared in midair. Wu, the flying sword didn't stab towards the Dao Sect's cultivators, but instead, it went straight into the ground. Hundreds of sword gleams pierced into the ground from the flying sword and shot towards the ice city's walls at the same time. Wung, a series of earth-shaking tremors could be felt. It was as if a giant's hand was growing on top of the city's walls. Under the collapsing ice wall, an even taller and sturdier mud wall slowly emerged from the ground. Isn't this our Dao Sect's spell? Qianemo was shocked. Does a sword cultivator's sword array have such an effect? Let's quickly order our disciples to attack. Seeing this, Yuan Zhongyu was naturally shocked as well. However, his mind was faster than Qianmo's by a bit. He hurriedly shouted, "It must be because the earth element's spiritual energy here is too abundant." That's why the sword cultivator Lu Ruochong is able to set up a sword array and use a spell similar to our Dao Sect's. This must be her last resort. If we wait for her to finish building the wall, the disciples of our three sects will suffer a great loss again. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.